drivers, the cars in that wishing to take this next practice run, be in their cars.
work out where they come from.
So where does the gate over there bring you out?
Oh, on this side, it's just sort of running parallel with this
okay.
fences, you might see.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Harewood. On behalf of BARC Yorkshire Centre, my name's Steve Wilkinson. I'll be your commentator today, and joining me a little bit later will be my good friend Chris Ponsford, and we'll be helping you through the day's activities. Currently we're into the second and final set of practice runs, and on the hill at the moment, heading out of Orchard is Peter Herbert in the Porsche 911. Peter from Moulton in Yorkshire, a long-time competitor here at Harewood. Started his career off, if memory serves me right, with a very, very rapid Westfield. And Peter over the finishing line, 68.67 into Farmhouse at the moment. Phil James. Phil in the Porsche Cayman. And he's followed on track by Robbie Birrell in the Cayman GTS 6703 for Phil James. Robbie Birrell out of Orchard heading into Farmhouse. He was originally entered in a turbocharged Gould GR59, but problems with the car. He switched to the Cayman, and he's in line for possibly a class record today, 53.06 for Robbie Birrell. Sorry, not 53.06. Let me get that right. 62.56, which if we'd been on a timed run, a little bit of a spin there for Tim the Taxi. It's Tim Higgins in the Westfield. Yeah, Robbie Birrell, that's 62.56 would have been inside the existing A2 class record. So as long as he can replicate that in the timed runs later, then we should be okay. So Tim Higgins managed to get going again. John Pick, meanwhile, powering his way through Farmhouse Bend in the AMS Murtaya Impreza four-wheel drive. These kit cars were built in Cornwall, and John Pick over the finish in 65.34, heading towards Farmhouse at the moment. Phil Tucker in his indecently quick Vauxhall Nova spends a lot of the time through the corners on three wheels. And Phil from Cheltenham, Prescott Hillclimb. And Phil up and through the finish in 65.19. Looking out now for Eric Moray. It's absolutely beautiful little Hillman in. This runs a 998cc turbocharged engine, just keeping it inside the 1400 capacity class, C1 for Mod Prod Saloons. And Eric over the finish, 66.15 on the hill at the moment, heading towards Orchard. The class record holder in C1, Gavin Neat in the Peugeot 106. Gavin going very, very quickly this season with this superbly prepared little Peugeot. Heading up towards the top of the hill, was very, very close to his class record yesterday, 63.14. He's only 0.6 of a second away from it today. Got Ramsey now firing into Farmhouse Bend, the Opel Manta. Jock, also known as Manta Jock up in Scotland, he hails from. And I seem to remember he's got about 4 or 5 Opel Mantas that he uses both on the road and in competition. Into and out of Orchard at the moment, Laura Wardle. Laura in the Porsche 911 Carrera that she shares with Jonathan Williamson. Round Farmhouse Bend. Powering up towards Quarry. Round Quarry and over the finishing line, 72.7. out of Farmhouse at the moment. Rob Marfleet. In the MX-5, he's followed by Richard Summers in the DJ, excuse me, the DJ Firehawk. Currently en route to Farmhouse Bend, Dylan Flesher. Now picking up the first of the Formula Fords, Kirsten Dodd in the Van Diemen from 1986. A little bit of a laboured gear change as Kirsten went up towards Quarry. Sweeping through the final corner. She had a late braking moment in practice and the first practice run. She's over the finish, 66.97. And that's more quicker than she's been previously here at Harewood, so bodes well for the time runs. Jeff Twemlow, all the way from Cornwall, rounding Farmhouse Bend in the Impreza. Jeff over the finish line, 68.7, not 38. Steve Moore in the Mitsubishi. Steve and Kirsten down regular. Followed on the hill by Stephen Morgan in the Empire Evo. It's an Evo 3. And into Orchard Ben Hamer, the OMS 28. This runs a 750cc turbocharged Kawasaki engine. And it's the only non-Suzuki engine in Class I. Picking up our next runner in this second practice run today, Robin Wood in the Force PT. From Hexham. Shares the car with his brother Anthony, and the pair of them were FTD and second FTD at Barber Manor Hillclimb a couple of weeks back. Now looking out for Richard Weaver in the Empire Evo, sharing the car with his son Tom. We'll see later. Richard into Farmhouse Bend, sweep through Farmhouse. Up through the final corner and across the finishing line in 58.83. Stuart Dow into and out of Farmhouse. Had an issue yesterday with a slight oil leak. That's been fixed, and he's back out on track now, taking his second practice run today in the Booster powered Caterham. Looking down towards Willow, we can see the white Radical SRI of David Bickley. David sweeping through Farmhouse Bend. Up towards Quarry. He heads over the finish. Alan MacDonald is heading towards Farmhouse, the Force. This is the SR4 machine, running a 1300cc supercharged booster engine, and Alan MacDonald over the finish, 58.69 into Farmhouse. This is the great big huge rumbling SBR Crono V8, 4.2 litre turbocharged Audi engine. Simon Bainbridge at the wheel, does a nice rotation at Quarry and comes to a halt. I think he's probably stalled the engine. The car is marooned at the moment on the oh, he's got it started, fired up, so he's heading towards the finish. I think we've already got red flags out on the hill. Yes, we do. And Chris Howard Harris in a little OMS Hornet has been stopped as he approaches Farmhouse. So it was quite a wild spin there for Simon Bainbridge up at Quarry. Getting a replay on the live feed. Car disappears into the corner, sweeps into the corner, gets the left rear wheel on the grass on the outside, loses traction, and 1.5 rotations, comes to a halt. So Chris Howard Harris heading towards the top of the hill. This is the smallest capacity car here today, 600 cc's. Marshall's out at Quarry doing some housekeeping, bit of sweeping and getting it nice and tidy. Mind you, if the car gets out as far as they're sweeping, I think it's already scheduled to go off anyway. We did have a couple of spinners during first practice at Quarry. Kirsten Dodd managed to outbrake herself going into the corner and ended up going almost straight on and off, but managed to get it all back together again. And Tom Morgan had what I would class as a half spin. Car got to about 45 degrees and it snapped back on him. But by that time it had reduced in speed. Right, well, we're back underway with practice. David Wilson, not in a Lotus Elise, but a Peugeot 205 GTI. Out of Farmhouse Bend, heading up towards Quarry. And just a reminder, this is the second and final practice run today. Now we've got Roger Moran in this Skoda Fabia. had Roger entered in Class C3, but I have a sneaking suspicion he might have been moved into Sports Libre. I'll have to wait and see when we get confirmation of the changes shortly. He's followed up the hill by Mike West in the Fisher Fury. As a friend of mine used to call it, the furry spider. And then we've got Dave Uren on the hill, not, as it says on the live feed, in a Gould GR55B, but in a Force TA, as he's sharing with Darren Gumbly, and manages to rotate on cue at Orchard. Ends up pointing the wrong way down the track, opens his visor up to gasp in some air, and I think he's a little bit annoyed.
Morning Steve, this is Chris Bonsford and I'm in the box at Harewood for the first time ever. I don't know the hill, folks, seriously. I've been invited up here to have a look at it today with Steve. He's your main man, so I'm very much the apprentice. I've got my L plates on, so give us a break, folks. Hopefully we'll get some things right. Anyway.
Yeah, that's Chris. He's an hell of a commentator. Yeah, so it is an interesting hill for those of you new to Harewood. Very technical. If you look down towards the bottom of the hill, at the corner that we now call Chippies, that used to be the assembly area for the original start. And I can remember that back in 1974 on my first visit. Country Corner, which is now, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th corner of the course, was the original first corner. Very daunting, blind rise. You don't see the apex until you're right on top of it. And imagine doing that off a start line on cold tyres. So, always used to get lots of people going straight on.
Tell us something about the hill, Steve. I've not been here before, but looking out from our little box here, what a fantastic view we've got. It's an amazing place. So what are we seeing in the distance here then?
Right, well, actually in the trees just beyond the Chippies corner, we have a very rare oxbow lake.
Ah.
Now, you've all probably been taught about oxbow lakes in geography lessons, but it's where a river has been silted up and part of it has been off-cut from the rest of the river, and it just lies there as a lake, and that's in those trees. You used to be able to see it from the top of the hill, but that's disappeared.
Is that the River Wharf over there?
Something like that, yeah.
I got a feeling, because, you know, from my fishing side.
Wharfdale.
Wharfdale. So we've got a car on the hill again.
That's our number 6, the errant Mr. Uren in the Force TA that he's sharing with Darren Gumbly. That'll be one of the changes that we get through to you shortly. And as I keep mentioning, this is our final practice. You do see from the top of the hill, it's not quite as defined as it normally is, but you do see a lot of crop marks in the fields where there have been buildings in the past. And I'm pretty certain there's a fair bit of archaeology buried under those fields.
Yeah, I can see a lot over there actually. We look like we got one of the Warburtons on the line, haven't we?
Yeah, that looks like it's Big Al.
Big Al. Big Al.
Big Al.
Is that what he's known as? Big Al.
Big Al.
Well,
yes.
We won't go there. And
he's over 6 foot tall.
He's a very tall bloke, isn't he? He's bigger than you, isn't he?
He is.
I know.
He's slightly taller than me, and I'm 6'2".
Yeah, you're a big lad. Yeah, that's right. Well, I can also see a little white Porsche down there. That's lovely. But yeah, it looks a technical hill, Steve.
Very much so, yes. And quite a lot of drivers come here to the Harewood Academy prior to events. When they're coming here for the first time, they try and get a visit to the academy and learn the hill. And it does take a fair bit of learning. And you do find that regular competitors here can put in better times than the guys who come here once or twice a year. So it is Alan Warburton on track with the Gould GR59. This was the original works prototype, but in fact, although it's, I think it was chassis 1, I think it was the 3rd car to appear as the 2 customer cars for Simon Moyes and Paul Hames were out on track first. So Alan Warburton out of Country Corner, heading through Willow, on the run up through the little elbow before Orchard, which catches a lot of people out. Now up through the canyon of farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Back on the power, charging up towards Quarry. And Alan Warburton sweeps through the final corner and across the finishing line in 55.25.
So that section running up towards Quarry then, that's the quickest part of the track, isn't it?
It is, that's where we have the speed trap. We do occasionally see speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Jonathan Williamson heads into Farmhouse Bend in the Porsche 911 Carrera.
Well-campaigned car, that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Glorious? I mean, it's the traditional 911.
Absolutely.
Absolutely fabulous bit of kit.
Jonathan from Taunton now. Used to be involved with the milk marketing board down in Cornwall for many, many years. I first met him at Wiscombe Park and also at Oddicombe. Then he came, started doing the Porsche Championships. We've just had Trisha Davis over the top of the hill. Now being followed by Chris Beresford in the Impreza.
Yeah, that Trish Davis, that's their new car this year, isn't it? Spectacular.
TA.
Isn't it beautiful?
And I think that's the first Force TA that's been produced with an engine and gearbox that are separate. They've all been bike engine cars up to now.
That's really interesting because he's got his V8, isn't it?
He's got the TKD Y8. So Chris Beresford in the Impreza through the finish. Just waiting for the time to come up. It's 62.32. Now we've got Mark Sri Lanka. First met Mark while he was campaigning in the Westfield Speed Championship. Now with his Force HC. And he's into and over the finish at Quarry, 58.24. Now we've got Chris Howard Harris heading into Orchard in the little OMS Hornet. This runs the little 600cc engine. Chris, unfortunately, solo runner in the class today.
Yes, that one there, that's the only 600 I can think of on the hill at them. I'm not just here, but I'm not seeing hardly any anywhere else.
No, I think it's due to the fact that you can almost buy an 1100 Suzuki GSXR for the same price as a 600. So why would you put a 600 engine in when you can get a more powerful engine in?
He's going to win his class though, isn't he?
Well, he's going to win his class, but he won't get a trophy, unfortunately.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, he's won in a class, you don't get a trophy.
Oh,
Will
that's
Kerr,
interesting.
meanwhile, this is a unique OMS 28 insofar as it's got a 750 Kawasaki turbocharged engine. He's through the finish in 53.29. Now we pick up Nigel Pitt in the OMS 3000M. Going very well indeed. I'm pretty certain he's been in the top 12 runoff with this car here at Harewood. And Nigel charging up towards the top part of the hill. Around the final corner, and it's a 56.95. Now we've got Gavin McLaren. You'll know all about Gavin, Chris.
Well, you're telling me that. Well, I don't know if I do know that much, but yeah, actually, well, Nigel obviously is one of my local men as well, and Gavin is, Nigel is from Bromyard, not far from me.
Right, the bionic brain from Bromyard.
He's very quick too, isn't he? So Nigel.
Gavin used to have the Knudsen Special, which was, we believe, an old Johnny Walker 250cc single-seater that had been stretched, modified and rebuilt so many times it was like Trigger's broom. He's in this 2000M now.
Now just interrupt on that one, because that 2000M, that's an old car, isn't it? That's about 2000 it was made, and it's quite different to the other OMSs. It's higher at the back,
That's right. It's also a space frame chassis.
Right.
Tom Morgan on the hill at the moment, the Evo 3. He had a big, he had a half spin at Quarry, but no problems this time. He's through the finish 52.67. We're looking to pick up Richard Brandt.
Richard's a rapid man, isn't he? He's been having some moments this year as young Richard.
Well, it runs in the genes, you see, because his dad used to run 500 Coopers.
Well, here he is. He's a big fella. He's slimmed down. He's lost 2 or 3 stone, he was telling me. He's a big unit of a man. He drives it well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he used to be trans slender.
Slender, we don't go there, do we?
He was a chubby lad who's identified as being thin.
I don't think he's trans though, Steve, do you?
No, he's not.
No. I wouldn't tell him that to his face, would you?
Well, I would.
Would you? Yes. You're a brave man.
Emma Racing, meanwhile, out of Farmhouse Bend in the Empire 00. This car, I think, if memory serves me right, was 2 years old when the Racers bought it, and it had never been used in competition. Emma threw the finish in 55.19, about half a second away from a personal best. Big spin there for Anthony Wood at Orchard in the Force PT. Lost it as he came through the little elbow. I think he probably ran a little bit too much curb and came to a halt facing the wrong way down the track. Stuart Bickley on track at the same time in the Force TA has been red flagged.
Now Stuart's been running really well this year, hasn't he?
Yes, a brand new car for him this season. He used to run a little Jedi, and if memory serves me right, the Jedi started as a Mark IV and then kept being upgraded, eventually ended up as a Mark VII, and then that I think is the car that now is owned by Tracy Wise, who competes in the Harewood Championship.
Well, he's been a revelation on the other hills I've seen this year. This little car has been a seriously quick car, and he's really getting his confidence in this car, isn't he?
You don't miss it in that colour, do you?
You don't miss it. You're right there, but isn't it? It's a pretty little. I think that was. I don't know if that's a new car. A brand new car.
It is a brand new car.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, he's decided he's not going to take the shortcut behind the farm buildings. He's going to go to the top of the hill. Meanwhile, the marshals having to manually turn the Force round. So obviously the Force is with them.
So have a look here, Stuart Bickley just coming up towards Quarry just slowly at the moment. But yeah, you won't miss seeing that car, but watch out for him later on the time runs. He's a very rapid young driver. Yeah,
excellent. He's been campaigning mainly in the north of England with that Jedi. Then he started doing the HillClimb Championship meetings, and now with this Force, I think he's permanently in the British Hillclimb Championship canon, as it were. Here comes Anthony Wood, having had that rotational delay at Orchard.
So anyway, this is my first time to see this lovely Yorkshire weather. A bit in and out here today, Steve, isn't it? A bit in and out.
Yeah, well, I pointed out to you before, there's, if you look over on the horizon off to the left, you'll see a little bump, and then to the left of that, there's a communications aerial.
Got it, I can see it, I can see it.
When you can't see that, it's going to rain.
Ah, okay.
If you can't see the hillside, it's raining.
Right.
If you can't see chippies, it's a thunderstorm. It's it's very very predictable, the rain here. It tends to come from our left as we look at the venue from our commentary box, spreading up the valley. I have seen it where the whole hill has been bathed in sunshine and the opposite side of the valley has been in monsoon conditions, but that rarely happens.
What do you think? Do you think it's a day for wearing shorts? Jim Smith, Nicky Hare, they're wearing them today. I noticed freezing they were.
I would say no.
I would say no too. But Jim's a Yorkshireman. He should know better, shouldn't he?
He should.
Or he's very tough.
Well, they breed him tough up there.
He's a tough lad, isn't he?
Yeah, you know what they say about strong in arm and all that.
Don't upset my driver. He's my chauffeur today. Don't say that, boy. Otherwise, it's a long walk home for the ponds. Oh, look, is that's Sean Gould going down there, isn't it? Yeah,
it's all down to the start.
Getting exciting now, and they get all these big single-seaters going dual-driven. That one, of course.
When I first came here, there wasn't the access road to the start area, so the cars used to come down what we call the chute, and just past the marshal's post that's down in front of us, there's a track that leads onto the course. So they used to drive down the course all the way to the bottom of the hill in batches. So we didn't get the continuous speed that we get now. Anyway, we're back underway, and that's Adam Greenan in the Empire Evo.
Yeah, the Greenhams, they're a bit special, aren't they? They're a bit rapid.
Couple of lads from the south of England. Empire Evo 3 with a 1.6 litre Hayabusa engine, already up into and out of country. Oh, a little bit of tail wagging the dog, and on the grass for Adam Green as he left the corner. Thankfully, this is only practice, not a timed run, because he's lost handfuls of seconds there. And he also gets the back end a bit loose coming out of Orchard into Farmhouse Bend now.
He looked to be trying a bit there, didn't he? Considering it's a practice. I see we've got our man Tom Weaver. He's a Ludlow man, local to me. Tom, very good young driver. Have a look at Tom as he comes up by.
Yeah, he's into and out of Orchard at the moment and gone very, 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 very slowly, coming to a halt. And he's either got a problem or he's trying to dry his nail varnish because he's got his hand up.
Oh dear. Well, that's a shame to see him stopped. Hopefully it's nothing very major, but
well, it seemed the fire seemed to go out all of a sudden.
Yeah.
He seemed to be approaching the corner very, very quickly, and then suddenly it all went quiet.
I see the marshals are behind him. They did take a fire hydrant, but there's no dramas with that. He's still sat in the car. I'm sure this will get sorted shortly. But they'll obviously be hoping to get that car back up to the top. In fact, he's started. It looks like he's started.
Going again.
Yeah, it's not going very well.
I'm just wondering if there's an ignition switch that he's caught in the cockpit and it's cut the engine.
Possible,
but
possible.
It is going up the hill very, very slowly. So we'll be,
this is not the usual Weaver pace, but anyway, they'll get it back to the paddock, won't they, and have a look at it, see what if it was just something minor, and then obviously Dad can go out in it later, or has he already been up?
Yeah, he's already been up. Yeah, Tom runs second.
Yeah.
In the Weaver.
Well, the engine's still going, Steve, so that's good, isn't it?
Well, yes.
He ain't doing a Barney Rubble with his feet out the bottom yet, is he? Hey.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
No, he's...
Well, look, we got Debbie Summers on the hill shortly.
No, she got red flagged.
Did she?
Got red flagged. There you go, it's just come up flagged.
I
stand
corrected.
She was the car behind Tom Weaver, and she took the shortcut behind the farm buildings. There's a road that links from just before Orchard, goes behind the farm buildings. So anybody that gets red flagged in the bottom half can take that road through. But you do tend to pick up a fair bit of dust and stuff on the tyres. Now we've got...
she won't get her run again then?
Oh yeah, she'll get
she'll get another run. She will get a run, okay.
Yeah, I think we've got plenty enough time to get those, get some reruns in.
Yeah.
At the moment we've got an OMS 28 on the start line. I'm not sure whether that's 772 or 72.
I think 7's, yeah, it's hard to say, isn't it?
Yeah, they tend to use electrical tape to mark the numbers out, and they're so thin you can hardly spot them.
So it's either Jonathan Flesher in the OMS or
Dylan, his son.
Dylan, his son.
And they're away, and it is Jonathan. So it's the dad on the hill, charging down into the S's with the OMS 28.
Could you just tell the folks who might be watching, so most of these have got motorbike engines, Steve, haven't they? So in this particular class, which is the most popular engine there?
Suzuki GSXR, without a doubt. Virtually every single... Whoa, big slide there for Jonathan coming out of Country Corner. Yes, the majority of the cars in the 1100 class have the Suzuki GSXR engine, differing versions of it, and it seems to be not only the most powerful but the most popular engine. The most powerful engine I think we've had for quite a while was the BMW.
Robert Kenrick's one, yeah?
The Raptor that Robert Kendrick had, that's now up in Scotland. Anyway, Jonathan Flesher through the finish, 55.47. David Tatum, the Mark III DJ Firehawk, heading up to...
now this is a bit special, this one, because this is brand new, isn't it?
Yes, well this is another oddball car. It's 18 months old, but it's brand new, it's never been raced. Apparently it was ordered, but never finally delivered. And then David acquired it, and he's just done a 52.1. And going back, 52.1, a couple of seconds away from his PB. We're into Formula Fords with the lovely Nike Mark IV of Carol Nichols. Her father built all the Nikes down in Devon. Carol campaigned this car for quite a few seasons now. It dates back to 1968, so it's the oldest of the Formula Fords competing. Following Carroll up the hill, Carroll did a 62.23, is Sam Wilson in the 1990 Jamin.
Unusual car that. I'm not familiar with the Jamans. Obviously, were many made?
Quite a lot, actually. Quite a lot more than you'd think. And this one spent a lot of its career in hill climbs and sprinting. We've got a little bit of housekeeping. It looks like one of the posts has been ripped out or damaged. So they're going to replace one down in the S's, so there'll be a little delay while that happens.
Now they get a penalty, don't they, when they whack one of those? Usually a second, isn't it?
I'm not sure. Oh, well, we've got a message here from John Dunn. Good morning from Little Guernsey. Now, is that Little Guernsey or is it Guernsey?
Do you know what? I'm not familiar with Little Guernsey.
I'm familiar in certain aspects with John Dunn.
Oh, are
great
you?
Saloon car driver. And in fact, his little picture there is of one of the cars that he runs.
Is that a Mitsubishi or something?
I think.
Is that a Mitsubishi?
I think it might be a Seat.
A Seat, yeah.
But he's had a Ford Escort Mark 1 for donkey's years, and came over quite often to Loughton Park. Esme Hannah saying good luck to David Leach in Class A1. He is a class record holder in A1, so if he can perform to his normal capabilities, he should have a good chance of taking the class. Morning, Steve. This is from Really Big Kid, and we all know who he is, Ben Bonfield.
Young Ben. Now he's rebuilt that Jedi recently, hasn't he?
Well, he's in the throes of rebuilding.
Well, it's well on its way, isn't it?
He's also got an OMS 2000M in bits in his garage.
Has he?
Yeah.
Well, I know he had a moment at Gersten, didn't he? And he had to get a new nose cone amongst other things, which Jedi.
That's right.
It was a Mark IV Jedi nose cone. He was trying to fit into it, so it was kind of tricky.
Another message up, Paul Lejean from Guernsey. Good luck to Emma and Andy. So I've got a couple of the Channel Islanders here today, and Emma got.
Yes, this big sand racer's not with us, though, is it?
No, he's going to be back here in September.
Is he?
With the sand racer, and Emma's going to bring the Empire back again. So we're off and running. Formula Ford, Bernie Kevel at the wheel of the Van Diemen from 1990.
Not in their usual OMS, the big OMS, are they?
There's been an issue with the car, I believe, so Bernie's in this, and I believe his co-driver is on holiday at the moment.
What, Simon Andrews?
Yeah, Simon Andrews.
I thought I saw him this morning.
Well, there you go. So Bernie Kevel on the hill in the 1990 Van Diemen, and chasing him behind him we'll see Samantha Lester in the 1992 version. Meanwhile, Bernie Kevel out of Orchard, charging up through the farm buildings into view at Farmhouse Bend, sweeps through the corner, doesn't use anywhere near the full amount of track on the exit. Now en route to Quarry, and round Quarry and over the finish, 66.23.
Now this would be interesting, Steve, because these two ladies following, Sam Lester and Carolyn Ryder, very rapid, aren't they?
Yeah,
those two will have a good battle. So
and Sarah Bosworth, who's next.
Absolutely, she's a local lady, isn't she?
That's right. Sam Lester, meanwhile, up round the finish in the 1992 Van Diemen, 63.9. That's about half a second away from the PB. Caroline Ryder in the 1992 Van Diemen out of Farmhouse Bend. Samantha from, Caroline from Cirencester. And Caroline into the Quarry and over the finish, 64.59. Sarah Bosworth now into Farmhouse Bend, the Demon Barber of Sheffield. And Sarah powering her way up towards the top of the hill in the RF 85. RF standing for Ralph Furman, who owned Van Diemen's, was the designer and builder, and it's a 64.64 for Sarah Bosworth. Out of Orchard at the moment, class record holder Rob Spedding in the Vector TF93K. Had what we call a character building day yesterday at Harewood. Ended up only second in the class, which was most unusual for Rob. He's into the final corner and through the finish, 62.19. We've now got Debbie Dunbar flying round Farmhouse Bend in the DJ Firehawk with the Suzuki engine. This is a space frame chassis. As I understand it, the one and only space frame chassis that DJ built as a Firehawk. And Debbie through the finish, 53.46. We now move back to get this right.
So we've got Ray Lohr on the hill,
Class
that's
B,
right.
Ray Lohr in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint. This runs a slightly overboard Vauxhall red top, 2.068. And Ray charging up towards the top of the hill, the little Caterham.
He shares that car with Joy Hoyle, doesn't he?
That's right, Joy's here today.
She's
as well.
here. He's one of my favourites, Sandra Tomlin on the hill in the MP97, the 03 Hillby. Not many Hillworms on the hill anymore.
Oh no, they used to be totally dominant on the hills, and in fact at Chelsea Walsh one year the top 10 run-off was exclusively Pilbeam.
Wow, that was, when would that be, back in
92?
92, yeah.
93.
Yeah.
Into and out of Orchard at the moment, Lynn Owen in the Works OMS 28. This runs a 2.7 litre RPE V8. One of the radical engines that was built using two Hayabusas originally, the prototype. They now build their own, a lot of their own engine parts. And Lynn over the finish, 59.2. Sean Gould clipping one of the posts at Orchard, up into Farmhouse Bend in the Gould GR 59JB. This is the second iteration of the 59J, and Sean over the finish, 51.08. Picking up down in the S's, we have another 59J. This is Graham Wynne, also running the 4-litre Judd V8. It's a very, very small engine, and the whole package looks about the size of a Dallara Formula 3 car, yet it's got a 4-litre V8 engine in the back.
It's a bit special actually, because obviously Scott Moran will be up in that car later on, and Scott has been winning HillClimbs, well, 6 times champion, isn't he?
Absolutely. So Graham charging up towards the top of the hill, looking out for his time to come up. It's a 52.91. Good to see Lindsay Summers back out in the DJ Firestorm. There were issues yesterday. They only managed to do one practice run each, but the problem seems to have been resolved. It was something to do with the diff or transmission, but they weren't quite sure. Lindsay now up into Country Corner. The DJ Firehawk has been heavily modified, now running a Cosworth XD engine. The original Firestorms, in fact I think the original Firestorms run a Hayabusa engine, and then the Cosworth V6 went in the back.
I'll tell you what, this engine sounds absolutely magnificent, just plowing up the final finishing straight there into Quarry. I'm really hopeful that it's on full chat for the qualifying and run-offs potentially.
Yeah, we want to see Alex at full power. 51.49 for Lindsay, sorry, 61.53 for Lindsay. On the hill at the moment, this is the car I would love to be taking home with me. This is the Chevron B19. Running in the classic class, Amanda George at the wheel, Father Richard at the wheel later. This is an absolutely glorious car. This was designed by Derek Bennett, and it used the B16 Coupe as the basis for this particular car, this particular model of car. And I can remember at Silverstone at the Martini Trophy meeting, about 19 of those were taking part in one of the races. Stuart Bickley back on the hill with the Force TA on his rerun, charging up towards the top. 66.17 for the Chevron for Amanda. Stuart Bickley over the finish, 52.05. So a good run there for Stuart. Reminding everybody this is still practice. We've got William Luffridge in another of the Empire Evo 3s. This runs a 1-litre turbocharged engine. Although, no, this is Andrew Short we're seeing at the moment. Sorry, apologies for that. This is Andrew Short in an OMS CF07, one of the carbon fibre cars. And Andrew over the finish 56.55. Now we pick up on William Luffridge in the Empire Evo 3. William from
From Northern Ireland.
From Ireland,
yeah.
Ballymoney.
That sounded rather good, didn't it?
It's rather rapid as well. It made its competition debut back here in May and was relatively slow because I think it was running in. Please Pass should have been on the back. He's up through the finish.
You got Robert Capper now, haven't we?
Yeah, Rob Capper in the Empire Ray. Designed by Sauber aerodynamicist Willem Towett. Heading up towards the top part of the hill. Rob sweeps through the final corner, 53.46. Darren Gumbley on the hill. Now, is he going to get any further than Dave Uren? Yes, he is. He's through Orchard, charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. Force TA. Darren very rapidly into Quarry and over the finishing line, 53.51. He's followed on the hill by Dave Warburton, young Warby, GR59, 1.6 litre booster engine. David, again, absolutely blisteringly quick into Quarry. Over the finishing line, 51.6. Now we move on to Richard Spedding, number 7. Seventh at the British Hillclimb Championship last season. This is the GWR Raptor 2, 1.6 litre higher booster engine, and Richard Spedding through the finish, 50.76. That's about 2 seconds away from his personal best in that car. Heading towards Orchard at the moment, Ian Tucker in the OMS 28. Ian all the way from Newquay. This runs the overboard 1670cc booster engine. There are quite a few overboard boosters in this, all of them slightly different capacities in this class, which is K1. For the normally aspirated 2 litre cars. Terry Davies now heading towards Farmhouse. A new car for Terry and wife Tricia, a Force TA with the TKD YV8 engine. And I think, if memory serves me right, this is the first Force TA that's had a separate engine and gearbox installed. All the rest have run bike engines. Inbuilt gearbox. Andy Borgood, all the way from Guernsey in the Force PT, charging up towards the top part of the hill. And this is again an overboard booster, 1630cc this particular one. He's to the finish, 55.14. Looking out now for Lee Griffiths. Lee from Burton-on-Trent, the OMS 28. Always there or thereabouts, knocking on the door of the top 12 runoff here at Harewood. And Lee on a charge up towards the top of the hill, sweeps through Quarry and over the finishing line, 52.67. We now pick up the Welsh wizard himself, Einan Price, in the Force TA. Ex-rally driver, and occasionally it does show through, like that lovely rotational delay going into Orchard. Lovely spin. I think again he just clipped the curb going in through that elbow. That unsettled the car, and a quick couple of spins and ends up, I'm not quite sure if he's actually got into the gravel trap or he's on the grass next to it, but he's just on the edge of our camera shot that we're looking at in the commentary box, and the car being pushed back. I think he's actually managed to stay out of the gravel.
I think he's done no damage either, which is...
No, so we're getting a replay on the live feed. And yes, that was the problem. He hit that curb with the left rear wheel, which spun the back of the car round. 2 spins and came to a halt.
Skillfully parked, I thought.
Oh, well, typical rally driver, you see. When you have your accident, you're at your best.
Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Einan, actually. We see him on lots of the hills, particularly I see him down by me quite a lot. And as you say, brilliant driver in the wet, isn't he?
Oh,
you know,
unbelievable in the wet.
Top 10 runoff man then, isn't he?
Definitely. I mean, with a little bike engine, single-seater,
yeah.
If it's raining, you can put your money on him being in the top 3. He's that quick in the wet.
He is. I've watched.
That's the rally map. So we've got another little message coming through from XL Motorsport. Morning all, and wishing good luck to Team Legacy and their novice driver who's joining them this weekend, Steve Darley.
Ah, now they're a bit special, the old Legacy, aren't they? They didn't
very quick.
Didn't he?
John Dunn's come on. It's an Evo 7 RS in the picture. Sorry about that. I thought it looked like.
I said it was a mid-seat. The old boy Pons knew that one.
Well, are we going to get a Channel Island invasion in September? That would be brilliant. Because Scott Racer was telling me he's bringing the Channel Island special over. Emma will be here. Now it looks like John Dunn's coming as well. That would be brilliant.
Plus we had Andy Borgard just now, didn't we?
Well, yeah, if Andy's here, it would be even better. Speed Event has just posted no thwacker out penalties at Harewood, Chris. That's Lowton Park.
Thank you very much, Speed Venter. Well, I told you I'm a Harewood virgin. You know, if such a thing exists, I'm a Harewood virgin, and so my apologies. But we live and learn, don't we?
Well, that's it. Yeah. Here we go. Good day from Hunter Valley, Australia. Thanks for the broadcast. Such a good series that you show us. And I can't pronounce that name. Yigoto Bajorkin.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good attempt.
It's an attempt, anyway. Gerald Martin, thanks for these excellent streams. Much appreciated from someone who can no longer attend Speed Hillclimb meetings. Well, that's great to know. We've noticed at Harewood, the meetings that follow on from the live feeds tend to see more crowds than average. Anyway, we're back underway with Jason Tunnicliffe in the Empire Rake. This is running a 1300cc turbocharged Hayabusa engine.
Now, Zach Zammit was driving this recently at Shelsley.
All right.
And he was super quick. Oh no, I'm taking back. Lowton Park. He was at Lowton.
Yeah.
And super quick.
Zippy Zach Zammit is a really quick driver. But we've got Jason in the car at the moment, heading into Orchard Bend. Back end slithers out as he goes round the corner, catches it nicely, but lost a few tenths. And he's round Farmhouse Bend, powering his way up to the top of the hill.
And it's fair to say that's actually the Works. That's the Works Empire Race.
That's right.
Yeah,
it is. 51.69 for Jason. What's Paul Hames going to do in the dual GR59?
Paul's extremely rapid driver, isn't he? He goes really well in this car, doesn't he?
They've had a lot of issues in the past with this car, but it seems to have, and I'm touching wood when I say this, seems to have found some reliability at long last. So Paul Hames out of Farmhouse Bend in the GR59, again 1300cc turbocharged booster in the back. Over the finish 51.67.
Point two difference then between those last two, and that's very rapid stuff. Andy Greenan on the hill now in the Empire Evo 3. Well, these Greenan brothers can fly a bit, can't they?
Yes. Yeah, Andy from London. So I'm not sure if he's back end stepping out as he came out of Farmhouse. I'm not sure if he's a Cockney, but he's from London, so that'll do. And Andy over the finish, 52.36. Looking out now for Paul Croot in the OMS 28, running the Jaguar V6 engine. Now, when this car goes up the straight here, it's absolutely glorious. Listen to the noise.
Special, that, isn't it? Special. Although that came out of a road car, that one.
That did, yes. And Paul up through the finish, 57.69. He's being chased up the hill by Oliver Tomlin in that Pilby, the MP9703.
So Sandra's letting him have a drive in that one again today. It's her car, isn't it? That
Absolutely,
one?
Yeah. Yeah, but Oliver does most of the mechanicking, right? And Oliver over the finish, 52.65. Harry Picken, the brand new OMS 28. This runs the ubiquitous Cosworth XD V8, but this is a 3.2 litre version. So it's not to the IndyCar spec, which is 2.6. It's the first weekend that Harry's been able to run the car in competition. A little bit of a tail twitch as he came out of Farmhouse, but he's held it nicely. And Harry up through the finish, 55.92. Now we have the Works OMS 28 with Steve Owen at the wheel, Mr. OMS himself. This runs the 2.7 litre RPE V8, and he seems to be going quite slowly into Orchard, so I'm not sure whether he's been red flagged on the lower part of the hill. I can't see any red flags, so I'm not quite sure why he's going so slowly up the hill. He's being chased up the hill by Joy Hoyle in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint. Joy sharing the car with Ray Law, running in Class B. And I think this is the first time that Joy has visited Harewood driving this car. She's over the finish, 64.56. Meanwhile, we're back into the big single-seaters. At the bottom of the hill, Jack Cottrell. Jack in the 2005 Formula 3 Delara. This runs another of the Cosworth XDs. This is the 2.6 litre version. And Jack over the finish, 41.42. Now Will Hall back on track. He's going very, very slowly on his last run. Just potted up to the top of the hill. So seems to be picking up the pace at the moment. Already up into and out of Orchard. Charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. GR59JB powering its way up to the top of the hill. He's followed by Matt Ryder in a similar car. Will Hall over the finish, 49.64. Matt Ryder, we pick up now on the live feed, going into Orchard, clips one of the posts on the inside, into Farmhouse Bend.
Young Matthew he broke the hill record in this car last year, didn't he?
It's the hill record holding car, 48.77. For Matt Ryder, and that's 2 seconds away. Sue Young back out in the GR51. Car stopped, I believe, on the last run and had to be trailered to the top of the hill, but good to see that Sue and Derek have got the car back out again. The GR51, of course, was the car that Graham White Jr. used to win the British Hillclimb Championship. Back then it had a 2.5 litre Cosworth V6 engine in the back, converted by Derek to take the 4 litre Judd V8. So up towards the top of the hill and over the finish, 60.45. So very much a tentative run there for Sue, just to make sure everything is right. She's followed on the hill by Scott Moran, multiple British Hillclimb champion. One of the top 12 runoffs here in May. Still a great force in hill climbing. Driving one of the fabulous Gould GR59Js. And Scott over the finish, 49.17. Down into the S's, we're back to the 2 litres with Jonathan Varley, GWR Predator.
Now that's a history car, that one, isn't it? This is a piece of kit.
That car, when it had the V10 engine, it was just amazing, and the noise was fabulous. This has got a TKD Y8 in the back, 2 litre, built by Terry Davis. If you're interested in the engines, Terry's in the paddock, get in touch. And Jonathan, going very, very quickly, is the class record holder in K1, and he's up and through the finish 53.1.
Here's our main man, Alex Summers, coming on the hill. He's got the car running good, hopefully he'll qualify nicely and get the run off and give Wallace Mingers a run for his money. Anyway, here he comes in the farmhouse. Listen to the screaming V8 in the back of that one. Screams through the finish, up towards the finish.
Yeah, and Alex round quarry and over the finish 49.49. We're now looking out for the man himself, number 1, Wallace Mingers, reigning British Hillclimb champion with the Gould GR59, 3.3 litre XD V8 in the back. Wallace very, very rapidly through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend.
Isn't that the best looking car on the hill today? Look at that screaming up there, up the straight there. Look at the wheels on that, the colour. What a magnificent looking car, and what a great driver he is.
29.62, 110 mile an hour indicated through the speed trap. So we're building up the speed. We're now moving into the classic class, Class M for pre-1971 sports and racing cars. This is John Mackenzie from Scotland with his Ford Cortina Mark 1.
So you got a twin cam in this one, Steve?
It's a 1700, I think it's
the Crossflow then, isn't it?
Crossflow, yes. But it's a very nicely prepared, well-run car. John ran OMS single-seaters for quite a few seasons. Now running this classic Ford Cortina, heading up towards the top part of the hill and over the finish, 70.08, within 2/10 of his personal best time. Now heading up into Orchard, it's that Chevron B19 again with Richard George at the wheel. This is an absolutely glorious car.
Ex-Joe Sifford, isn't it?
It was Joe Sifford Racing.
Right. He never raced it.
It was raced by Gerard Larousse.
Gerard, the Frenchman, yeah.
The ex-French rally driver, or the Frenchman who was an ex-rally driver.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was in the European 2 litre Championship and also on the hills in Europe. We now have, heading towards
a mixed sort of class, this next one, isn't it, if I remember rightly?
We're into Porsches actually. This is the Porsche Speed. This should be, well, it says Tim Barber on the, so it's 232 Tim Barber, class record holder in class 14 for the Porsche Speed. And up through Quarry, over the finish 61.31. which is inside the class record. Chris Bramall, meanwhile, he's running in the BARC Connaught Speed class with the Caterham Super 7. This runs a 1.8 litre Z-Tech engine. Chris over the finish 65.35. We'll see his son Matt in the car a little bit later. Rob Marfleet now into Farmhouse with the MX-5. Heading up to Quarry. MX-5 is becoming increasingly popular in hill climbing and sprinting, so much so that several championships run their own class, and they do so up in Scotland. Rob Marfleet over the finish 67.19. Glenn Shaw past the commentary box in the Nissan 350Z.
They're rapid, aren't they, Steve? Aren't they? They got a twin turbo on those?
No, they're normally aspirated normally, but you can get twin turbo kits, but also we have one that competes here that's supercharged.
Wow. Wow.
So we got a time through for Glenn Shaw. Let's just get the computer fired up, 64.62. And heading up towards the top of the hill, Roger Legg in the the Sigma powered Caterham 7. Roger through the finish, 68.9. Zoe Shearman, the Exige into Farmhouse Bend. Zoe was here yesterday with the car, set a new personal best. She'll be looking to do the same when we come to the timed runs, but meanwhile she's through the finish, and that would have been a PB, 66.51. It's over a second quicker than she was yesterday. Taras Andrusin in the Renault Clio 172, rounding Farmhouse. This is a mod prod Renault Clio.
What does that mean, Steve?
Modified production.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa! That's a different way to go around quarry. Is to go across the grass and into the gravel trap.
Ah.
But Taras has come to a halt, just off camera. He's edging into the frame, but he's not going anywhere. And Steve Clay was red flagged as he approached quarry, and Taras finally gets the front wheels onto something solid and gets the car dragged out of the gravel and across the finish. But I'm not sure whether he had assistance from the marshals, as that was off camera, so I couldn't tell. But he's
back in the game though, isn't he?
Well, yeah, I don't think there was much damage. It was more grass cutting and gravel shifting than damaging the car. So Steve Clay, I suspect, will be offered a rerun, as will the other cars on the track, Ian Wadsworth and Stephen Jury, both in Porsches.
Must admit, I've never owned a Porsche, but I've driven a couple of. But I tell you what, don't they sound fantastic? Those 6-cylinder
we're getting a replay now of Taras as he comes into quarry, and oh yes, never made an attempt to turn in at the second apex and went straight on, rattled into the gravel.
That looked a bit ambitious going into there, didn't it?
Yes, I think it was the point where he got to that point in the track where he thought, maybe I should brake.
Maybe.
And that was a little bit too late.
Yes, he was ambitious, but he made it. He eventually got there.
That's right. Yes, it's a learning curve.
But he's back in the game. He's going to get another go, isn't he? Later on.
Yes,
car looked all right, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any problems with the car. They might have to scrape out a few bits of gravel from it. You don't want to be carrying too much weight. I can remember a guy with a TVR Tuscan. Oh, hello, we've got Stevie Marr up in Scotland. He says, I believe it was Graham White Jr. who fitted the V8 for Derek and Sue. Right, well, thank you for that information, Steve. Steve Marr has one of the nicest looking 1100s, the Saxon. It's an absolutely beautiful little car. I believe it's been for sale now for about 18 months. The trouble, I think, with the car is that it needs somebody of the correct build to fit in it. Because if you're
quite tight?
If you're 6 foot or over, you won't get in.
That counts us out, doesn't it?
Definitely. Well, it counts me out on several counts. Finance being the main one.
So tell me about his car then. So what is it you say?
It's the PCD Saxon.
Is it a single seater?
Single seater with a Suzuki engine in the back.
Yeah.
It's an old Suzuki engine, which is another problem. But I think Steve has got about 5 or 6 of those engines sat in the garage, so there's no lack of engines for the car.
Does he come south?
He used to. I've not seen him for about a year now. Last time I saw him, if memory serves me right, he was sharing with Richard Spedding in the Raptor 2.
Right.
So we do have a car on the start line, 225 Martin Leach in the Porsche 911E Outlaw. Now, Outlaw is a term that's come from America, and it's basically you take a car and you put a different engine in it. Usually something that's about 15 to 20 years younger. This one's got a 3-litre engine in, whereas the 911E, when it came out, only had a 2-litre. So that's why it's become known as the Outlaws.
So the 911E originally, that was like the poor man's 911, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely so.
But not so poor these days.
Well, no. If it's got that word Porsche in the
911 on it, that's a clue, isn't it?
Yeah, they're expensive. Yeah. So this is a very nice conversion 3-litre flat 6 engine in the back, and Martin handles it very well indeed. He's heading up towards Orchard at the moment. Swing through Orchard en route to Farmhouse. Round Farmhouse Bend. Bobbles as it comes out, as do all the Porsches, with the front end being slightly lighter. So there is that little bobble as they exit the corner. And Martin now sweeping through the final corner and over the finish, 68.47. Looking out now for Graham Rose, and oh, it looks like he stopped on the way down to the S's, and he's out of our actual physical view, but we can see him on the live feed. So I'm not quite sure what happened to him, but he's now appeared down at the bottom of the hill in the S's, going very slowly.
Sedate pace, I'd say.
Yeah, this is a 924S with which had the 3. Oh, and he's pulling off at Chippy's. So it looks like he's going to park it down there, and I suspect he's rolled it down there without the engine. So it may be.
So the 924S, Steve, is that a supercharged car? Or is no, that doesn't stand for that then.
No,
the 4-cylinder engine.
The 924 was the Audi, the car that Audi built for Porsche, and they were all built in an Audi factory. But then the 924S's had this bigger engine put in them and were built by Porsche. So Audi still built the shells, sent them to Porsche, and Porsche did the rest.
So the 944, was that the 2.5 litre 4-cylinder?
Yeah, that's the 2.5 litre.
And the 924 was a 2 litre?
But the 944 also came out later with a 3-litre engine.
Did it? Okay, yeah. Would that have been a 4 or a 6-cylinder?
I think that was a 6.
Right, right.
Off the top of my head.
Now the next one on the line I can see down there, that's a late Porsche, isn't it, that one?
I think that one is 227?
227, yeah.
That's the Porsche Cayman GTS of Howard Cressy. He's from Wetherby, just down the road.
Ah, he doesn't come far then.
Yeah, they've got a very good chip shop there, the Wetherby Whaler.
Do you know what? I did a fishing talk in Wetherby once, right? No, it's truthful. And we went to the fish and chip shop and had a sit-down dinner, and I was talking to my mate on the way up, Jim, and I said, I think it was an Harry Ramsden's, but it was probably the Wetherby Whaler.
Yeah,
well, it was great.
Famous around here. Yeah.
Oh, it was good. It was great. It was beautiful. Yes.
So,
yeah,
we're just waiting at the moment. The other Porsche that broke down, Graham Rose's Porsche 924, has been parked up down at the bottom in what was the old assembly area for the original hill climb course, and as soon as the marshals and the driver are in behind the barriers, we'll be back underway. So that's why there's a delay at the moment.
Is that in that area there then? Are they not allowed to run the hill? Is he potentially in the way of those next cars?
No, he's not now.
No.
Because there's a little access road that goes off the course into the trees, and they can park him down there.
We're back in action, Steve, aren't we?
Yeah, Howard Cressy in the Cayman into the S's, sweeping through Chippy's, named after Chippy Stross, the racing driver and long-time member of BARC Yorkshire Centre. Howard already heading towards Orchard.
Now with these Caymans, that's the 4-litre Cayman, isn't it, that one?
Yes.
Are they 4-cylinder or 6, those?
I think they're a 6.
Yeah, they sound a bit meaty, don't they?
Yeah.
Very nice bit of kit, isn't it?
Yes, they are. There's a Boxster GTS that comes here occasionally with the Classic Marks series. That is exceedingly quick. Anyway, Howard Cressy heading towards the top of the hill. And over the finish in 67.04 we have Wayne Eason in a Boxster rounding Farmhouse. This runs the hard top, so it was the Boxsters originally were open top, but this one has one of the factory hard tops fitted, and he should have finished 63.25. Great Evans.
Now this one, mate, this is one of my absolute favourites. I think this is the definitive 911. This one of Geraint?
It's gorgeous. And I've seen this car for so many years. When Geraint and his son used to compete in it in the Porsche Speed, they took a sabbatical for a few years, but they're back out now, or Geraint is. Carl Lupton, meanwhile, from Lincoln, rounding Farmhouse Bend with his Porsche 944. This is the 3-litre engine, but Carl's fitted a supercharger. And he's up and through the finish, 87.36. Meanwhile, we have Andy Fagan in the Boxster S. 3.4 litre engine heading up towards the top of the hill, and
that sounded really good actually.
That's a nice little car.
Yeah.
And we've also got I think that's Stephen Jury 224 on a rerun in his 944. Andy Fagan got his time coming through at the moment. The clock seems to have frozen, so we're waiting for Andy Fagan's finishing time. It's 87.8. Stephen Jury already through the finish. We're looking at David Hilton now into and out of Orchard, charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. And Stephen Jury's time, don't think we've got that either through. So David Hilton finish. We've got Steve Clay on the hill. Steve Clay running in the Harewood members class. He's the only one in it today. He was here yesterday with his MX-5 all the way from the Principality of Cleckheaton. Stephen Clay en route to the top of the hill. A little bit of a problem with getting the times coming through on the computer. Everything seems to be locked up solid. Stephen Clay over the finish line. We just got a delay. I suspect it's while the times are sorted out. We're getting a lot of.
So as this is my first time here, Steve.
Yeah.
So we're looking straight out of the commentary box, straight down onto the track. So am I looking north? Is that north?
Ooh, no,
Hey, you see, that's got you tickled, isn't it?
I'm not very good at orienteering. We've got a message here from a gentleman from Australia who's here today with his wife Jill. They normally watch the live stream on YouTube, but they've actually made the trip over to the UK to Harewood. So
fantastic.
Welcome to Harewood.
That's awesome, isn't it? That's a long way to come for a hill climb, and that's brilliant to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the furthest I've gone is Fintray up in Scotland.
Yeah, this is better than going to IKEA or Sainsbury's, isn't it, eh?
Definitely.
Anything's
better than IKEA.
What? Yeah.
So, right, we've got now what it's put up on the screen is that 224, 932 and 134 it's come up red flagged, which is shorthand for we couldn't find the times, I think. So those cars,
they get another go.
Well, I don't know whether they will or not.
Yeah.
What's the time at the moment? 6 minutes past 12. So we've only got a couple of cars to go before this full.
How long will lunch be, Steve?
Ooh, well, it's like how long's a piece of string?
What do you normally have here?
About 40 to 45 minutes is the normal lunch break that we get. But a lot depends on.
So just talk me through what will happen this afternoon.
Well, this afternoon we will get our first set of class runs in the British Hillclimb Championship. We'll then get the support classes running through. We then get a top 10 tin top run-off, followed by a top 12 British Hillclimb Championship run-off, and then all that is repeated a second time.
Awesome.
Meanwhile, down in the Essex, we have Matt Bramall in the Caterham Super 7 with the 1.8 Z-Tech engine. Matt running in the BARC Connaught Speed Championship class. And potentially, Matt could be on for a class record today. And away from the start line, the final car in practice, Ian Wadsworth in the Porsche 911. So Matt Bramall rounding Farmhouse Bend, heading up towards the top of the hill, shares the car with Father Chris, who we saw earlier. Matt Bramall over the finish, 62.9. He's only 0.03 of a second off the class record, so on class record pace for Matt Bramall. Ian Wadsworth now heading into Farmhouse in the Porsche 911 SCRS, 3.2 litre engine, looking very sinister, all in black. Ian Wadsworth charging up towards the top of the hill and through quarry over the finish, 65.26.
So they've just been playing this morning, Steve, haven't they? They've been having a go, having a look.
They've been getting their eye in.
Again, their eye in. So this afternoon we're going to see some awesome action,
Well, I
aren't we?
hope so.
Oh, we are. I know we are. We've got some fabulous hill climbing this afternoon. They'll all be time runs and run-offs, won't they? Stephen Darley.
Well, we are. I would have thought yesterday, I was looking at it and thinking we might get some class records today. I'm not so sure because it is a lot colder than it was yesterday. So hopefully we might see a couple of class records.
And it's windy too, isn't it? It's quite a bit of wind.
Yeah, the wind. If the wind drops, then we might see some.
But either way, we're going to get some very close hill climbing.
Right, for those of you out on the hill, we're going to be restarting again at 1 o'clock, which gives us about 50 minutes for our lunch break, so a little bit longer than normal. So we'll be back on air just before the restart. Hopefully by then we'll have a full list of all the programme changes. I'll pop over to the paddock and get those, and we'll give you those before the start of the timed runs. So we'll sign off now and go and get a bite to eat.
want to go to the Motorsport UK video? And I can come in.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Forward at the spot 2. Class F, car 750. Class G, car 755. Class A12, car 12, 18. A2, car 19, 23. A3, car 22. Class B, car 24, 27. Class C,
Right, good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. I do have some changes now officially through from the office, and if you want to make changes to your program to annotate them correctly, please turn to page 27. We'll start with Class A1 and number 714 David Wilson and number 14 Robert Wilson, not in the Lotus Elise but in a Peugeot 205 1905 CCs. Number 21, also on page 27, Rodney Isles, was here yesterday but hasn't taken any practice runs today. So I'm assuming that Rodney, I didn't see him in the paddock, will be a non-starter. On to page 28. Number 37, Roger Moran in the Skoda. He's now been moved to Class G. On to, also on page 28, number 754 and 54 in Class G for Sports Libra. They both withdrawn, Robert and Bob Penrose. And in Class G, of course, we've got that extra runner, number 37, Roger Moran. And I think that is it for changes. So there may well be additional people who've dropped out because of the issues they've had during the day, but that is the situation as it stands at the moment with the official non-starters and withdrawals. Oh right, and we've got a request here from Subaru 9 PSN to say big hello to Michael and Louise Sutherland, who are down watching the hill climb today. Louise, I know, a rapid driver in a Jedi, and Michael tied the knot recently. And glad to see that they decided to spend their treacle moon at Harewood. Tom Ridinger saying hello to all in Harewood. And Tom Ridinger again, and thank you to the speaker who always talks about us, the Frenchies. Oh, so he's from France. Oh, what insult can I throw at the French? I don't know. So we have the first car coming to the start line, and we're going to kick off with, I think it's 5 shared cars in a row. And once we get those up to the top of the hill, we'll be back into the full class running order. And first car on the line is 741 Laura Wardle in the Porsche 911 Carrera that she shares with Jonathan Williamson, and Laura off and running, heading into Clark's, through Clark's, now dropping down the hill into the S's. Through the first element of the S's and now the second. Quickly into Chippies. Exiting Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. Laura across the hill now to Willow. Now on the run up towards Orchard, through the little elbow before Orchard. Caught quite a few drivers out already this morning. Laura safely through Orchard, heading up through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Wardle in Porsche 911 Carrera, looking to get close to a personal best time. Heading up towards Quarry. Sweeps through Quarry and over the finish in 68 seconds exactly. now pick up number 742, Stephen Darley in the Subaru Legacy GL. Stephen is the class record holder with this car. He's already into Farmhouse Bend, carrying his way round. 57.25 is the record. He sat here in 2022, and he's already rounding the final corner over the finishing line with a new class record of 56.71. So that's our first class record of the day for Stephen Darley. On the start line we have number 750, John McQuinlan in the Fisher Fury Spider. He's running in Class F. So Steve Darley really laid down the flag in Class C3. Damien Bradley yesterday in the BARC Yorkshire Centre Championship meeting did a 56.7, so he is marginally quicker than Stephen, so that should be fun and games when we get those two competing. Message from Francis Cromer: hi everyone, can't wait to come to Harewood again. Last time was 1985, that's going back in time. And suggesting that his son will be following his grandfather into hill climb racers. So great to see people coming back to Harewood. We're still waiting patiently for the next car to leave the start line, and it looks like we're about to get back underway with John McQuillan in the Fisher Fury Spider. And he's off and running into Clark's. Dropping down now into the S's. John McQuinlan running a little bit deep into the first element of the S's, now through the second. This is the apex by a couple of feet. Now heading out of Chippy's up towards what was the first corner on the original circuit, Country. Through Country Corner. Now through Willow, en route to Orchard. No problems at all through Orchard. John McQuillan into Farmhouse Bend. Little 1198cc engine roaring away, charging up towards Quarry. John McQuillan over the finish. 65.93. which is a new personal best for John. On the hill at the moment we have Nicola Minguez in the Norma M20 FC, now running a 2.1 litre turbocharged Honda engine. Nicola in this car because the GR55 had a gearbox issue. First time she's competed in this car, said it handles very well for what appears to be a big car. She's through the finish with a personal best, 57.38. Picking up James Hudson now, back into class A1. James Hudson in the Volkswagen Golf, all the way from Ottery St Mary, just on the doorstep of Wiscombe Park. James rounding Farmhouse Bend. He'll be looking to get into the 65-second bracket or better lifts a wheel as he goes through quarry and over the finish. 68.14, a little bit away from his PB. Now look back down the hill, and it's Robert Wilson in the Peugeot 205, not as in the programme the Lotus Elise. Robert from Ludlow, charging into quarry, sweeps round quarry and over the finish in 67.25, which becomes his personal best for Harewood. Jonathan Langmead now on the hill with the Elise 135R. Very fetching colour scheme with that metallic blue and white stripes. And Jonathan Langmead round quarry over the finish, 67.13. Peter Siddle now in Renault Clio Cup 182, now running with 244 brake horsepower approximately. Peter cocks the wheel as he goes round quarry, just about keeps it on the track, and over the finish 64.24, a new personal best for Peter. Picking up on Michael Thompson now in the very rapid Honda S2000. Michael from Worksop, and he goes into the final corner over the finish with a 64.37, just 200ths of a second away from the class record, but it is a new personal best for Michael. David Leach heading towards the top of the hill now in the Lotus Elise Series 1. Class record holder at Harewood with this car, and he's through the finish 63.51, a new personal best and a new class record for David Leach. Super run there from David Leach, local mountain first. Now we have Peter Herbert in the Porsche 911, 3.8 litre engine in this Porsche. Peter, long-time competitor, campaigns this car on European hill climbs as well. He's through the finish 66.63. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, Phil James in the Porsche Cayman. Phil all the way from Pontypool. I think if you come from Pontypool you must be into rugby. And Phil over the finish line 64.85, a new PB for Phil James. Round Farmhouse we have Robbie Birrell in the Porsche Cayman. This could be a new class record in the making. Robbie was inside the class record in practice on every single run. He's through the finish 62.29, which is not only a personal best, but he's over 2 seconds inside the class record. Chris Beresford in the Impreza through Farmhouse already, heading up towards the top of the hill. His personal best is inside the class record, but that was done in a club meeting, and he's through the finish 62.02 for Chris Beresford. So a little bit to find on his second timed run. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Tim the Taxi Higgins in the Westfield. Oh, and he's ground to a halt. Now, has he been red flagged, I wonder? Or is he the cause of a red flag? I think he might be the cause, as the marshals are heading out. Switch that off. Back in. Right, so Tim Higgins ground to a halt. Marshall's heading out to assist. But fantastic that we've seen 2 class records already today. And There was me sitting here talking to Chris Ponsford before lunch, suggesting that there wouldn't be any class records.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was pretty amazing. That was Stephen Darley, wasn't it? But we've still got Damien to come.
Yeah, and he was quicker yesterday.
Well, you know, so I mean, that's really exciting. That Legacy is the fastest tin top around at the moment, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And yeah, it's an amazing bit of kit.
And it should put Steve Darley into the tin top challenge at the,
100%.
at the end of these runs.
We're still not quite sure what's going to be running in that, are we?
Well, they've got to come from classes, let me get this right, A, and C, and F and G. So
not too many then.
So but don't forget.
To Simon Bainbridge, have we seen him this morning?
Yes, he's here with the SBR.
But he wouldn't qualify.
Yes, he does.
Does he?
But it's got a permanently fixed hard top on.
Well,
even though the hard top isn't made out of tin, but then which cars do have a tin roof? They all have steel roofs.
So that's a very exciting car, I know Simon's car. So I mean, the Legacy has been developed. I think they bought that car off an old lady who was using it as a shopping car originally, and now they've made it into a fearsome car. I was just watching it up that straight just now. I mean, 100 mile an hour.
And now there's two old ladies driving it.
Wow, I don't think that. They're brilliant. But no, it's so exciting to see that. There's some very fast tin tops. Stephen Moore's here today as well, in his Mitsubishi Evo.
Ex-Gersten Down champion, of course, Stephen.
And last year's Midland Hillclimb champion.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, Stephen's got over 600 brake horsepower in that car. In fact, nearly 7, he was telling me, if he really dials in the turbo.
I think he'll have to dial it in today.
He might have an issue today, but isn't that exciting to see that car, that Legacy, going up the hill so quickly? And this is what, home track for them, isn't it?
Well, it is for Steve Darley.
Yeah,
he's from York, but Damien, let me get this right. Let's have a look at Mr. He's from Purley.
Is he?
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't know what made me think he was from up this neck of the woods.
He may be a Purley King.
A Purley King. Well, he can certainly drive a motor car. That's a fact. So that little Westfield has been recovered at the moment, isn't it? They just put a tow hitch onto that one, and
so maybe Tim forgot to put fuel in it. I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows? But either way,
it certainly arrived at Farmhouse rapidly enough, and then suddenly the fire went out. Yes.
So, well, the weather's looking quite good this afternoon, Steve, isn't it? We can see your mast over there, so that's all good, isn't it?
Yeah, well, so long as it doesn't rain again, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, but anyway, you've got to be made of tough stuff up here. Oh, there's go. Look, we got some interesting stuff going to Stephen Moore in that Evo, car number 40, just going down towards the start now. Lovely to see that, and that looks like Hayden Spedding in the soft top E-type.
That's right. Little message coming up on the screen. Big thanks to the guys in orange keeping everything running smoothly. Couldn't agree with you more, Egg Custard. I wish they wouldn't use pseudonyms.
Pseudonyms, well, never mind the pseudonyms. There's Damien Bradley going down to the start now in the big Legacy.
He'll be fired up.
He's going to be on for it. He's going to be thinking, come on, I'm going to have my record back. What do you think, Steve? Is he going to do it?
Well, he didn't have the record. It was Steve Darley.
Stephen had it anyway. But didn't you tell me yesterday?
Yesterday in the club class, right? So in a different class structure, Damien did a 56.7. So he could, if he repeats that, take the class record away from his co-driver.
Stephen, yeah. Well, that's an exciting thought.
I have to say that Steve Darley yesterday was telling me that he was cheering Damien on.
Oh wow!
When he broke the record.
Wow! I just want to tell you about those two there. Roger Moran in that glorious R5 Skoda Fabia. That the green on white one, and there is the Norma. Now that Norma, which is Duncan Barnes's car, Nicola Menges is co-driving with him today. But that is one of the absolute beasts of European hill climb, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's got a 2.1 Honda S2000 engine in it. Anyway, we're back underway again with Ray Law. Ray driving the Caterham 7 Super Sprint with the 2.1 litre Vauxhall red top. Ray down in the S's, sweeping into chippies. Pops out of Chippy's, heading up towards Country Corner. And as he charges over towards Willow, Phil Tucker in the Mod Prod Vauxhall Nova is on the way. So Ray Law didn't get as far as getting out of Willow. He had a little spin on that corner, but he's got going again, and thankfully I don't think the red flag is out, so we won't see any delay for Phil Tucker. Oh no, the red flag is out, in fact, at Country Corner. So Ray Law, having had that rotational delay, is heading up the hill. I don't think he got any outside assistance, so this will be a time that counts, although probably Ray would it rather didn't. But he's up and over the finishing line, eventually in. Oop, the clock's still ticking away because he's spun again at the top of the hill. Yes, yeah, one rotational delay is acceptable, two is just careless. So we do eventually get a time for number 27, 85.35.
So Phil Tucker is in his little Nova. He's just going to be cruising up the hill now. He'll get a rerun, won't he?
Yeah, he should do.
And that is a beautifully turned out little Nova. That car,
yeah,
it
spends a lot of its time on three wheels, you know.
It certainly does.
Because according to Phil, it saves on tyre wear.
But
on the start line at the moment, another fabulous little car, and this is the 1 litre turbocharged Hillman Imp, run by Eric Moray. And in fact, not only run by Eric, but designed, built and executed by him. Beautiful piece of engineering. And at one time held the class record here at Harewood, but that currently is held by Gavin Neat in the Peugeot 106.
Gavin's here today, isn't
Yes, he is. In fact, I think that's his car.
It's looking remarkably like Gavin Neat.
So, off goes Eric Moray in the Hillman Imp. 1 litre turbocharged. Diving downhill into the S's. Through the first element and the second. Winding his way through Chippy's, past the old start area. Heading up into Country Corner. Lifts the wheel on the exit of Country. And Eric Moray en route to Orchard. Sweeps through Orchard, and as he heads towards Farmhouse, Gavin Neat is off and running through Clark's. So Eric Moray round Farmhouse Bend, looking to get into the low 64s. Going very quickly into Quarry, now over the finish, and it's a 67.26. A little bit slower than I thought he was going to be. Gavin Neat on the hill, already out of Country, heading towards Willow. He is the class record holder in C2, and the class record is 62.48, so that's the number we're looking for. Something inside that. Gavin heading towards Farmhouse, eating tidy out the corner. Just super smooth through the bottom part of the hill, up into Quarry, and over the finishing line. 62.54, 6/100ths away from his class record. Back into, we're on to Class C2, Jock Ramsey in the Opel Manta. A jock from Alloa, Manta jock as he's known up in Scotland. He's got about 4 or 5 of these cars tucked away in his garage. He's to the finish with a new personal best, 65.02. Into Farmhouse, David Wilson. Car number 714 running in Class A1. Peugeot 205. Time to beat that set by his son Robert in 67.25. So what can David do? It's a 66.67. Battle is enjoyed. Ben Hamer into Quarry in the Kawasaki powered OMS 28. and he's through the finish in 54.51. 54.51 is a new PB for Ben in that particular car. Sitting on the start line, it's not Tom Morgan, which it should be, it's his father Steve. Steve, I think, is running first in the running order today. So Steve Morgan waiting on the start line. This is an Empire Evo 3 running the ubiquitous Suzuki GSX-R engine. Not quite sure why we have the car being held on the start line. I can't see any red flags around. Revs rise, and away goes Stephen Morgan. Through Clark's, down the hill into the S's. Through Chippies. Box interview into country corner. Very neat and tidy through the bottom part of the hill. Now heading towards Orchard. Super smooth through Orchard, now into Farmhouse Bend. Again, steps out a little bit as he went into the corner, caught it lovely. Now Stephen Morgan, just quarry to negotiate. Looks like he's going to set a new personal best time. And Stephen does with a 54.23. Picking up now with John Pick. John in the AMS Mutaya Impreza four-wheel drive, based on a 1993 Subaru Impreza WRX. These kit cars are built in Cornwall. It's all Subaru running gear in a fantastic space frame chassis. John Pick heads towards the top and sweeps through the finish. 65.21, new PB for John Pick. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Anthony Shearman in the Caterham 310R. Cars coming to the line a little bit out of their running order. And this is a 1600cc Rover engine in the Caterham, and it's a 67.66 for Anthony. Now we're into the 1100s again with Robin Wood in the Force PT. 1070cc Suzuki engine, and Robin over the finish 59.71, quite a way off his PB. Richard Summers on the hill, heading towards Willow. This is the DJ Firehawk with the space frame chassis, and yes, that looks like Phil Tucker going agricultural at Clark's. In the background, Richard Summers meanwhile powering his way up towards the top of the hill, and looking like he's going to be a little bit slower than his PB. It's a 54.81 for Richard Summers. Phil Tucker, has he slowed down at all after that first corner escapade on the grass? I think he has, actually, judging by the pace. So Phil Tucker heading up towards Orchard, and yes, I would say that's Phil in cruise mode, as the car behind him, Dylan Flesher, is catching him hand over fist. Phil Tucker cruising to the top of the hill, and Dylan Flesher, I think he's going to get red flagged. Yes, he is, as Phil Tucker continues his leisurely drive to the top of the hill. And Phil Tucker, after that first corner grassy incident, posts a 76.56, and Dylan Flesher has been red flagged, and he'll get a rerun. And it looks very much like Kirsten Dodd in the Van Diemen Formula Ford has also been red flagged. And in fact, Kirsten is going to the top of the hill, and she'll have to go back down. There's not a huge queue at the moment, so she can whip through the paddock and get down to the start. So it won't be too long before we see Kirsten back on track. Same goes for Dylan Flesher. So we were just starting to build up a nice head of steam, and then we get an incident like that. That's hill climbing, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, we haven't seen Damien, have we?
Not yet. Yeah,
no, he's just tucked away behind that tree, isn't he?
Yeah, he's.
I'm really looking forward to that one. I tell you now.
That's going to be take a step back.
Fireworks, fireworks, isn't it? Yeah. Well, this is an exciting afternoon for us, actually. Me particularly. I've never been here before. I mean, looking out of our commentary box, a glorious vista, beautiful Yorkshire countryside, absolutely fantastic.
And the longest hill in on the British mainland.
Ah, yes, it is, and a very interesting hill. I've got a lot to learn about the corners here, but wow, what a place, what a place. So we're going to have 2 runoffs this afternoon and 2 tin top runoffs. So that's pretty up there, isn't it?
Yeah, the first time we've had this tin top challenge taking place, the first 2 rounds here at Harewood. Meanwhile, sitting on the start line, we have Jeff Twemlow in the Subaru Impreza. Jeff puts down for his hometown, Cornwallish.
He did tell me he came from Scotland for this one, because he's probably got a place up there as well.
Well, he goes up to Doon quite a lot. In fact, I think the 3rd place he ever competed at was Doon. So, yes, he's...
well, Jeff, I've known Jeff for years, and he's a lovely, lovely chap. I think he's approaching his 80th year, you know, which is pretty remarkable.
Well, he's doing well for an octogenarian, or
he's doing
almost
incredibly well. This lovely old Subaru, it's a powerful car, and Jeff enjoys driving it, and good luck to him.
Absolutely. He only started hill climbing when he retired from full-time work.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
So I think it wasn't so much a midlife crisis as what am I going to do now? Nothing to do. What can I do? Oh, hill climbing, that'll do.
Yeah, why?
Jeff Twemlow, meanwhile, out of Farmhouse Bend, heading towards the top of the hill. And round the final corner, 69.51. Jeff Twemlow. Hayden Spedding on the hill.
It's a bit special, this car, isn't it? I think
yes,
this
has been around a long
beautiful,
time.
Beautiful, soft top E-type.
Yeah,
beautiful.
He's heading towards Farmhouse at the moment. Yesterday it ran open to start with, and then they put the hard top on in the afternoon because it looked like there was going to be rain. So Hayden heading towards the top of the hill, looking for a 63-second run, and it's a 63.9, just 0.03 of a second away from his PB. Stephen Moore charging into Farmhouse with his Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS, 2.3 turbo engine, 4-wheel drive of course, and he'll be looking to go sub 61, and Stephen Moore does with a 58.66, which is a new personal best time for Stephen. Jonathan Williamson now heading for Farmhouse in the Porsche 911 Carrera. Jonathan been campaigning this car for many, many seasons. And on the hill, heading towards Willow, Damien Bradley. That's going to be fun and games. Meanwhile, Jonathan Williamson over the finish, 64.47. We now pick up Damien Bradley heading into Orchard with the Subaru Legacy GL. Time to beat the new class record set by co-driver Stephen Darley of 56.71. And Damien charging up towards the top of the hill. Very, very quick into quarry, big heavy braking, and over the finish, 56.37. New class record for Damien Bradley, and of course a new personal best. Out of Farmhouse already. we have Stuart Dow in the Caterham CSR 1.6 in Hayabusa engine, and Stuart already over the finishing line, 57.5. That becomes his personal best because it's the first time he's competed with that car here at Harewood. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Graham Beale in the Janetta G33. This runs a Ford YB turbo engine, taken out to 2.3 litres. Graham heading to the top of the hill, looking for a low 63, and in fact 61.9 will do very nicely. That's a new PB for Graham Beale. We now pick up David Bickley at the bottom of the hill. We see Mike West as well in the Fisher Fury Spider. This is running in Class F for Sports Libras up to 2 litre. Little 1192 motorbike engine. Mike West over the finish with a new personal best, 66.74. David Bickley, Radical SR1 into Farmhouse. Now what can he do? Can he better 65.93, which is the class leading time? And David Bickley over the finish, 65.38 goes into the lead of Class F. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment. The final runner in Class F, Sports Libra, up to 2 litre, Alan MacDonald. This is the Force SR4, 1300 supercharged booster engine, and Alan MacDonald over the finish into the lead of the class with a new personal best, 58.61. Looking out now for Roger Moran. Change of class for Roger today in the little Skoda Fabia R5. Moved into Class G for Sports Libra over 2 litre. So he'll be looking to get into the 59-second bracket at least. And Roger through the finish, 59.48, a new personal best for Roger in that particular car. He is of course former British Hillclimb champion. Now we're looking at Duncan Barnes in the Norma, the M20 SC, 1 litre turbocharged Honda engine. Time to beat in the class at the moment, 57.38, set by co-driver Nicola Minguez. And Duncan over the finish with a new personal best, 56.3, takes him into the lead of the class. Simon Bainbridge now into the run through the farm buildings in the SBR Crono. It's an Audi V8, 4.2 litre turbo and 4-wheel drive, and Simon no problems this time at Quarry, and over the finish 58.64, and that is only good enough for third in the class for Simon Bainbridge. We now pick up the one and only 600cc single-seater. This is Chris Howard Harris in the OMS Hornet. This is the first time that Chris has competed here in this car. He used to run a Caterham for at least 10 or 12 years. I used to see him regularly here at Harewood. First time with a single-seater, and it's a 62.04 for Chris Howard Harris. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Joy Hoyle in the Caterham 7. Joy from Bromyard in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint. She shares with Ray Law. And Joy over the finish, 64.97. Out of Farmhouse already, Jonathan Flesher on his rerun. Oh, sorry. It says Dylan on the scoreboard. 52.51. Meanwhile, we have the rerun for the Formula Ford 1600 of Kirsten Dodd. got red flag. This is the 1986 Van Diemen. Kirsten heading towards the top of the hill. Was here last year for the first time competing, now back and over the finish in 65.56 UPB for Kirsten by nearly 2 seconds. Dave Uren next on the hill. Car number 6 running in Class J2, Force TA, 1.6 litre Hayabusa engine. This is Darren Gumbley's car that Dave is sharing today. And Dave Uren up through the finish, 54.96. Looking out now for Adam Greenan in the Empire Evo 3. Whoa, big tail slide as he came out of Farmhouse Bend for Adam. The Evo 3 charging over the finishing line, 53.21, so a little bit slower than his PB. We now pick up on the live feed Alan Warburton in the GR59 as he heads towards Farmhouse Bend. Alan heading towards the top of the hill, looking for a low 50-second run, and it's a 53.08 for Alan Warburton.
Any idea what time the runoff, the time you might need to get into the run?
Oh, I would say you've got to be at least 48, 49 seconds.
49, yeah.
Tricia Davis, meanwhile, the Force TA, the first of the Force TAs to have an engine and gearbox installed. They're mainly bike engines in the Force TAs. And this is the TKD Y8. Tricia through the finish, 57.5. That establishes her personal best in that car. We now pick up Mark Shalanka, and they're coming thick and fast at the moment on the hill. Mark in the Force HC, 1 litre GSXR engine. Mark, former competitor in the Westfield Championship, and over the finish, 57.3. That establishes his PB. Now we've got a huge amount of smoke out of Will Kerr's OMS. Not quite sure what happened there, but it went rather slowly through Orchard and has now picked up the speed again. Will Kerr heading to the top of the hill, 60.83 for Will. And I think, yes, Nigel Pitt was red flagged. Now is he going to go on the shortcut behind the farm buildings, or is he going to go, oh, he's taking the shortcut, so we'll see him quite quickly. So it's been fast and furious so far this morning, oh sorry, this afternoon.
I'll tell you what, I'm loving it, absolutely loving it. We get some lovely times coming in, aren't we? 2 class records, or Damien's took the class record
well,
back.
We've got 3 class records.
And we didn't think we were going to get any.
Twice. No, well, I didn't anyway.
Well, I'll tell you what, amazing, absolutely fabulous to watch. Got a nice little crowd building up as well, Steve.
Yes, yeah, we do. We do get a good crowd for the British Hillclimb Championship meetings, and also for our vintage meeting in June. There's always a lot of people here for that, as you get to see some very rare machinery. Yeah, we've got vintage at Shelsley today, actually. Oh, so, today, is it? Today, yeah. So, yeah, this is that little OMS on the line, isn't it? That one, he had some problems with this recently, but he's got it all back working now, which is great to see. Yes, indeed. Pretty car, that, isn't it? Yeah, it's the OMS 2000M. This one has been modified with what they call the high nose. Yeah. So if you notice, the front wing goes all the way across underneath the nose cone. That's the high nose, and it's also had the cockpit stretched to fit Gavin into it. But Gavin McLaren off and running through Clark's, dropping down towards the S's. 1070cc Suzuki GSXR engine. This car was originally Clive Austin's first foray into single-seaters. Gavin through country over towards Willow, and off the line Tom Morgan in the Empire Evo 3. Gavin McLaren now into and out of Farmhouse, sorry, Orchard, now headed to Farmhouse, getting ahead of myself there, and Gavin back on the power, looking to get into the low 59s at least, and over the finish 60.32, just half a second away from his PB. Tom Morgan comes into view. Tom in the Empire Evo 3 had a half spin during first practice up at Quarry, but no such problems this time, and over the finishing line in 53.28, which is a new personal best by over a second and a half. So great run there from Tom. Richard Brandt into and out of Farmhouse Bend. Richard in the Force PT. Oh, slides sideways across the finishing line and through the finish of 56.57. Emma racing round Farmhouse in the Empire 00. Set a new PB yesterday, and Emma really getting to grips with this car now and rotates across the finishing line, but finishes with a new personal best 54.28. But unfortunately he's pointed the wrong way, and that has brought out the red flags, which means that Anthony Wood and Stuart Bickley will obviously qualify for reruns. Meanwhile, Stuart Bickley at the bottom of the hill is giving it the beans because the red flag's only just coming out at Willow. So the Empire Evo 00, sorry, yes, the Empire 00, should I say, of Emma Rayson heads back to the paddock with that new personal best 54.28. Stuart Bickley is going to head to the top of the hill rather than take that shortcut. And, so we'll get a squint at this Dayglow. Is it Dayglow green or
Dayglow yellow? I think Dayglow yellow. But I think I was just looking at these times, you know, you've had, and I was on holiday in Llangollen the other day, and I bumped into Robert Kenrick.
Oh right,
yeah. Kenrick's garage. And if you look on the top there, who holds that class record?
Robert Kenrick.
48, 58. I mean, that's mind blowing.
Yeah, that was in 2019.
Isn't that incredible? In that
Absolutely.
BMW engine.
And nobody has got close to that sort of time since.
Which he is an exceptional driver, isn't he?
Oh, exceptional talent.
Exceptional driver.
In fact, the whole family, his dad was brilliant.
Yes, he was superb. So yeah, that's.
Really
I said to Robert, I said, "Are you going to come back and have another go then, Robert? Because he's temporarily retired, isn't he?" And he said,
"It runs in the family." His dad did the same thing.
Did
his dad had a fantastic Caterham with a Ford BD engine in it.
Yeah.
He sold it, didn't compete for about 5 or 6 years, then suddenly came back again and was just as quick as he was before he'd retired.
Well, Robert said to
Robert, I think, will do the same.
Robert said to me, I said, "So are you going to come back, Robert?" And he said, "Only in a single-seater."
Yeah.
Now, he's not going to come back in a 1-litre car, is he?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. But
hopefully a 1600, because that'll be quick.
Oh, Robert is an exceptional talent, and I just can't wait to see him back on the hills. So if you're tuning in, Robert Kenrick, get yourself back on these hills. We're missing you.
Right, well, sitting patiently on the start line is Debbie Dunbar, waiting for her turn to take the DJ Firehawk up the hill. We've got, for some reason, we've got an ambulance on the track.
Are they changing position, do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the problem is at the moment, but the ambulance heading to the top of the hill.
So, Steve, you've been competing. You've been watching this game for a long time. So, people like Robert Kenrick, Where'd you put him?
Oh well, Robert, it's very difficult to say. I mean, in a British Hillclimb Championship scenario, I would have thought he's only going to be in the top sort of 50. But if you look at him in terms of outright performance, given the car he's driving, I think he's got to be in the top 10 that we've of all time. Because the results that he got in that car were mind-blowing.
I couldn't agree more. In fact, every time I watched him, he was like inch perfect going into the corners. He was just absolutely zoned in. And I really missed that car, and it's the only one I can remember or think of at the moment, you might tell me different, that ran that BMW engine.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's the only one. That engine was an ex-British Superbike engine. Yeah. And I believe it was, let me get this right, 2 seasons old. So it had done 2 seasons in British Superbikes and was then sold.
Now, you told me that the modern generation that haven't got the BMW, they're also, some of them may be running some of those Superbike engines, yeah?
Yeah, the Superbike engines, what happens is that they're used for 1 or 2 seasons in British Superbikes, then they're put up for sale. Now, if you've got a Hillclimb car and you want a really good 1100 engine, that's the thing to go for, because they'll be as good as you can get. But quite often they get snapped up with people at club level in motorbike racing, and they'll do a season there, and then they'll buy another ex-Superbike engine, so that one comes for sale. So they are about, and it's what I call the trickle-down effect. You get these fantastic engines that we see in all the big single-seaters, the Cosworth XDs, the Judd V8s. They've all been circuit racing, right? But suddenly they're no longer de rigueur. There's a better engine come along, or the formula's been changed, and suddenly you get a flood of engines on the market.
We had that with those IndyCar engines, didn't we?
Yes, the Nicholson McLaren ones.
Yeah, they suddenly appeared, and they were quite cheap engines at that time.
Well, those Nicholson McLaren engines were built for what they were proposing was the Masters Formula 1 series, and they were all going to drive identical Dalaras with that Cosworth engine in, but they only ever had one race, and they only had about 6 or 7 cars, and it all fell apart because of money.
So Jack Cottrell's car with that Dallara with that engine, isn't it? So that is actually
but no, they weren't. No. They weren't a Formula 3 Dallara. They were like a Formula 3000 style car.
Bigger.
So they were like, I think, what you would call now Formula 2.
Right.
But they were a bigger car, like the Nippon. You remember Formula Nippon?
Yeah.
Well, they were Dallaras, and they all had the V6 Nissan engine in, and those cars were phenomenally good.
They were
on circuits.
Exceptional engine too, weren't they?
But because they were a one-make race series, they were really heavy. Okay. But it didn't matter on circuit racing because they were all the same weight.
All the same.
So you bring it to the hill climbs, they've got prodigious amounts of power, but they're lugging up probably 200 kilograms more than something like a Gould.
So we're going to be...
handicap.
So getting to later on, we're going to have these British Championship runoffs today.
Oh,
now,
right.
Wallace Menges is... I've
got a message from a mate of mine, Phil Rogers.
You haven't got any mates, have you?
Yeah, one or two. Phil Rogers down in Melbourne in Australia. He was a fellow photographer with me. I remember many a time at Prescott and at Shelsley Walsh, standing with Phil.
And Dawn. So good day, Phil. Good day. And good day, Dawn. But yeah, they went out to Australia a few years ago, didn't they? And they're still out there, so you must love it.
For you there, Tony.
Afternoon, Tony Feekins. Good afternoon. Oh yes, get the Peugeot up here. It looks good. It is good. Yes. Don't hang about. Get it up here. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, it's nice to hear from Phil there. And yeah, that little Peugeot, Tony Feekins' car, that's a beautiful little thing. Have you seen that?
We're getting an inboard.
Hello.
This is an inboard going out on the live feed at the moment of Gavin Neat in the little Peugeot 106, who accelerates off the start line, heading towards Clark's. This is taken, as I say, yesterday in the club meeting that we were running. And the British Hillclimb people were practicing. He's down into the S's already. nice, neat, tidy line through the S's, rounding chippies past the old start area on our left, heading up towards Country Corner, sweeping through country, now heading towards Willow, through Willow, now coming up to that nasty little elbow that's already caught 2 or 3 people out today, through the curb, clips the curb on that entrance, now through Orchard, through the farm buildings where you feel dwarfed by those buildings as you go through, round Farmhouse Bend, onto Quarry Straight. We now have just the final corner to negotiate, but what a final corner. You sweep into it, and then the second element, you're over the finish line. That was Gavin Neat taking us online for a ride up Harewood Hill.
Nice and neat and tidy.
Very neat for
Yes,
Gavin.
well done, Gavin. That's brilliant. He's a fearsomely good competitor, is Gavin.
Well,
actually, that's only the first time I've seen him this year, because he's been doing a bit of rallying in France.
Has he? Oh.
Yeah, he's been getting about.
Right.
He's been getting about, yeah. And last time I spoke to Gavin before today, I was in Derby. We were having a holiday, and believe it or not, we had to come back because we had the dreaded COVID.
Oh.
I know. My missus had a cup of coffee with her, mate, and she gave her the COVID. Thank you very much. I was a big fan of that.
When that happened, because of the situation I am on the medication that I take, I had to go into immediate lockdown.
Oh, wow.
So I was housebound for a year.
For a year?
Yeah.
So we didn't get your dulcet tones for a year?
But there again, what events were taking place didn't have spectators and didn't have commentaries. So
they didn't, but I was going to Prescott and places like that and watching a bit of racing, but I was on my photography mode.
Oh,
then.
yeah.
You know, we're both fans of that, aren't we?
I was in photography mode yesterday morning and again this morning, getting some pictures.
Any good snaps?
Oh yes, I got. I've got a very good one at. Quarry this morning of sideways action. Yeah. And there was some spectacular stuff yesterday at Farmhouse as well. So I've got.
Last time I saw you, you were at Lowton. We were chatting at Trimble's. Do you remember? You were taking some pictures at Trimble's, weren't you?
Yeah. I used to enjoy going to Lowton Park, but unfortunately, too many date clashes with Harewood,
right,
and also with the other venues that I commentate at Aintree and at Barben Manor. So I ended up only being able to do maybe 1 or 2 Lowtons a year, and I didn't think it was fair for me to do that when I couldn't commit to a full season. So
just a quickie, well, I remember. So yesterday I was on one of my fishing gigs, and
not fishing. Do you fish?
No,
Chris?
never let it be said I go fishing. But anyway, I was chatting to somebody that used to race motorbikes. This is right back. Mad Frank Warwick at Aintree. Can you remember Mad Frank Warwick?
No, I only ever went to one motorbike race at Aintree, and between you and me, I was bored.
Were you?
The trouble at club level, what you see is you'll get some very, very talented riders.
Yep.
They'll be on the front row of the grid, and the flag drops, off they go, and it strings the whole field all the way around the track within 2 or 3 laps. And it just gets monotonous because there's gaps everywhere. You don't get very many dices at club level because of the skill involved.
Yes. Yeah.
Right, so on the start line...
We had a technical hitch then, didn't we, Steve?
Yes, that's right. Here today, gone tomorrow.
Here today. Who we got on the line, hopefully?
Debbie
Dunbar Summers, Alex's wife.
Yep.
Wow. Have you seen the new Summers car this year?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, that's a bit special.
I've seen photos, but
it's a bit special.
It's not been to Harewood.
Well, I tell you what, it's a gorgeous car, been hand-built. Hand-built. It took 7 years.
Oh, yeah.
7 years. It's got a big Opel V6 in it.
Yeah, we had a gentleman here yesterday with a Tay deck single-seater.
Oh, excuse me?
A Tay deck.
What else?
We're off and running. We'll get back to that sometime later.
Serious stuff.
Debbie Summers off and running in the DJ Firehawk. This is the space frame chassis only one that was built. And Debbie down into the S's already, very talented young driver. First saw her competing in a Westfield with her father. Debbie already heading towards Orchard. Sweep through Orchard, now en route to Farmhouse. Lovely line through Farmhouse, back on the power. En route to Quarry. Over the finishing line. And it's a 54.97 for Debbie Summers. Just about a second and a half slower than she was on her best ever time. David Tatum now heading towards Farmhouse, the DJ Firehawk Mark III. And David potentially the class winner here. And he's up through the finish in a 52.35. And 52.35 does take him into the lead. Nigel Pitt on the hill at the moment in his rerun with the OMS 3000M. And Nigel will be looking, I would suspect, for a 56, if not better. And he's over the finishing line in a rotational delay again at Quarry. And that includes, that's a novel way to get round Quarry. Drive round in circles ad infinitum. So Nigel Pitt eventually through the finish in 66.8, but I'm not actually sure whether that'll count because I think he might have exceeded track limits. Anyway, the two cars on hill, the two Formula Fords, Carol Nichols and Sam Wilson, both red flagged. They're going to go to the top of the hill and have to join the queue to get back to the start line. So that was short and sweet. So as I was saying, this Tay deck.
Yes, this Tay deck.
It was a single-seater built for Chris Meek to do Formula 2 or Formula Atlantic. It ran for about a season and a half, and then it was sold to a guy called Mike Allen, who hill climbed it here at Harewood and various other places. And then the gentleman who now owns it bought it 45 years ago. And yesterday was the first time he's used it in competition.
Wow.
It's been on and off because of growing family.
And it was 45 years old.
And he's old. Well, it's actually, I think it's more like 50 years old.
Good Lord.
All right, half left Toby. It's about a year since I watched the BHC at Harewood on this stream, and now I'm going to be racing here next month. Excellent. Best decision I've ever made. Well, half left Toby. We'll look forward to seeing
We love these names, don't we? Half left Toby.
So a big thank you from HillClimb.TV, who are up behind me in the hothouse that is their broadcast room.
Rich, Damien, Eleanor.
That's right.
They're bringing us this live stream.
Yes.
What an amazing job they're doing. They do it all around the hills, all around the country, don't they?
They
and
do.
Channel Islands as well.
Yeah, I think they're probably responsible for something like 50% increase in the spectators that we get here at Harewood and all the other venues. Because I have said this many times before, having the live feed increases interest and means that you get more people through the doors. So from a spectator point of view, the live feed doesn't detract from the meeting.
That's really interesting.
It brings more people into other meetings because they see it and think, cool, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's good.
Look at those cars.
Yeah.
And they want to come and have a look at it. And it's
I know, because it has been mentioned on other hills I've been to that, yeah, we can't have live stream because it stops people coming because they just watch it on the telly.
I mean, there are people watching today in Australia, America, Portugal, Canada,
Hong Kong.
And there are people up in Scotland watching. There are people down in the south of England. They're not likely to come to Harewood, but it will attract them to go to venues nearer where they live. And that's the big, big plus point of live feed. Dave Thompson on with Doom, my local hill climb. It's around 35 seconds. Harewood at 50. It occurred to me, what is the shortest and what is the longest championship hill? Ooh, well, the longest hill is Harewood. The shortest, I think it might be one of the Channel Islands. It used to be Barben, but Barben's not in it anymore.
Yeah, I think you could well be right. I know, just to mention, that looks like Sam Lester, doesn't it?
It is Sam Lester on the start line.
Sam Lester, wasn't she the quickest this morning?
I don't think so.
No.
I think Miss Bosworth, who's coming to the...
Sarah Bosworth.
Sarah Bosworth was the quickest.
Was she? Oh, gosh, I'm doing Sarah a disservice then, aren't I?
So, Sam Lester, Samantha, heading down into the S's with the Van Diemen. This is a 1992 Formula Ford car. All the Formula Fords, of course, run a controlled tyre. They use the Kent Ford 1600 engine, Hewland gearbox. They have to be space frame chassis, no aerodynamics. So it's a very, very basic single-seater and highly affordable. Sam Lester already into and out of Orchard. This is the second Formula Ford Van Diemen that she's owned. Going very well indeed at the moment, heading out of Farmhouse Bend. Samantha sweeping through the final corner, and 64 seconds exactly.
But a little spin.
And
you spoke too soon.
Oh, she's got through the finish.
Did she get through the finish, did she?
She spun backwards through the finish.
Well, that's one way of doing it, isn't it?
Yeah, so I suspect the cars on the hill have been red flagged.
Yeah, Bosworth was on the hill.
You see, yesterday that camera position wasn't. Sarah Bosworth arrived now, and there'll be a bit of shaking of the fists by Sarah, I have no doubt.
So just point this out to me, Steve. It's not been involved. So the finish, is it sort of where I'm pointing my finger?
Well, on our live feed at the moment, we've got an image of from the paddock office looking back to the final corner.
Right.
And you can't quite see the white line because it's just over the crest.
So we can't actually see the finish on our live stream.
But if you can see the bottom of the tyres, they've gone through the finish line.
Okay.
So we have a handful of...
We've had a few spinners over the finish line today, then.
Well, you see, that proves people are trying.
They're trying, aren't they? This is all time runs, isn't it?
And some of the drivers are very trying.
Well, indeed. So, it was a bit a shame, for that. Sarah gets another run, doesn't she?
Well, Sarah and Rob Spedding, who's going to the top of the hill with the Vector.
Rob Spedding, he must be one of the Spedding class,
yes,
is he?
He's the youngest.
The youngest Spedding.
Wow.
So that's a racing dynasty up there, then.
Absolutely, yeah.
The Barnsley Racing Dynasty.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty certain that Richard and Rob both had their competition debuts driving the E-Type.
Did they? How interesting, yeah.
Yeah, so they've shared with Hayden over the years.
I love that old E-Type. It's a beautiful
it's a cracking car.
Yeah, lovely.
And Hayden, it was out for, I think, just over a season while it was rebuilt. And since he's come back, he's broken 2 class records at club level here at Harewood. So it is really going well. Anyway, we're back and running. And this looks very much like Sandra Tomlin in the Pilbeam.
Yeah, so Sandra Pilbeam. Sorry.
Sandra's in the MP97. This runs an earlier 4-litre jump V8, which I believe was in a Le Mans car. Well, this particular model was used at Le Mans. And Sandra through Country Corner, heading up across the hill to Willow, through Willow already, en route to Orchard. Very neat and tidy, as always from Sandra Tomlin, into Farmhouse Bend. Now on the power, picks up speed, into Quarry. Sandra over the finish, 59 seconds dead. Looking out now for Lynn Owen in the OMS 28. She's heading towards Willow. The OMS 28, this is the works car that Steve and Lynn run. It's got 2.7 litre RPE V8. Lynn already into and out of Farmhouse. She'll be looking to drop into the 56-second bracket. And over the finish, it's a 58.21 for Lynn Owen. Into Orchard at the moment, Anthony Hunt in the Gould GR55 DJ. This was modified by DJ Racing to take the Cosworth XD engine. Anthony en route to the top of the hill and through the finish in 54.6. On the hill now, Sean Gould. GR59JB. It's got a smaller 4-litre Judd V8 engine in the back. And charging up 115 indicated through the speed trap. And Sean Gould already over the finishing line, 51.23. So that takes him into the lead for the time being of Class L.
It's also worth pointing out, these are the big bangers, folks. Anybody watching them now, these are the quickest cars you'll see on the hill today. These are the British Championship runoff cars, potentially. The very quickest drivers are in this class. And in fact, this car here is the one that's co-driven.
Yep.
Co-driven by Scott Moran, but it looks like Graham Wynn there, doesn't it?
That is Graham.
That is Graham. OBE, Graham, I've got to say that one.
You know what OBE stands for?
I'm not saying, don't you go there, don't you go there, don't you go upsetting everyone.
Anyway, David Wilson doing the battery work down at the bottom of the hill, in between his drives in the Peugeot. Graham Wynn.
Latest spec Gould, isn't it? Amazing bit of kit this.
Oh,
4-litre Judd engine in this one.
But that engine is tiny when you see it. When you see it next to the Judd V8 and Sue Young's car. Anyway, yes. Graham Wynn off and running, heading down towards the S's. Through the second element, now into Chippy's, named after Chippy Strauss. Past the old start area, now up into Country Corner. Graham already through Willow, heading towards Orchard. Through Orchard. Rounding Farmhouse Bend. Charging up towards the top of the hill. 103 shown on the speed trap. And over the finish, 53.17. Picking up Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm 2. This has got a 2.6 litre Cosworth XD V8 in the back. Had problems yesterday, but seems to have got it resolved. Lindsay and Alex will be doing their best to improve on their PBs, I have no doubt. Lindsay rounding Farmhouse. Lindsay over the finish, 60.04. Looking out now for Jonathan Flesher. And through the finish, 54.8.
Yeah, these look like these are the ones with the rerun, isn't it?
Yeah, 1 or 2 with reruns.
1100 class, yeah.
Anthony Wood in the Force PT. He's up through the finish, 56.66. Stuart Bickley in this new Force TA he's using this year. Stuart through Farmhouse. Time to beat to go into the lead of the class of 52.35. Can he get onto that pace with with the new car, and he does with a 51.97. Takes him into the lead. And believe it or not, that now establishes his new personal best time. We're now into the historics with the dual-driven Chevron B19 with Amanda George at the wheel. Ready into Farmhouse Bend. Amanda very, very fiercely competitive. And over the finish with a new personal best, 65.5 for Amanda George in the Chevron. Now for Andrew Short in the OMS CF07. Andrew into and out of quarry. 56.06 is a new PB for Andrew Short. William Luffridge in the Empire Evo 3 1-litre turbocharged engine. So he's got a different route, still a Suzuki. Competed here in May, but very much his first effort in the car. And he's over the finish with a personal best 55.61 for William Luffridge. That's over 5 seconds quicker than he was in May, but that was very much a suck it and see meeting. Robert Capper now on the hill with the Empire Wraith. Robert into Orchard. All the cars in Class J2 running the Suzuki engine, either the Hayabusa or the GSXR. Robert Capper over the finish, 53.63, a couple of tenths shy of his PB. Picking up now on Darren Gumbley in the Force TA. Darren giving Dave Uren a co-drive today in his car. Can he get on terms with the class leading time, which is 53.08? And he's through the finish, 57.82 for Darren Gumbley. Quite a bit off his normal pace. Andy Greenham, meanwhile, heading to the top of the hill. His personal best time will take him into the lead of the class. And he's to the finish with a new PB, 51.89, and grabs the lead. Following on behind him, David Warburton. And again, his PB will take the lead in the class. Can he get down into the 49s again? David Warburton into Farmhouse Bend, the Gould GR59. Very quick approach to quarry, sweeps through the finish, 50.74, not as quick as he's been previously, but takes the lead in the class. Richard Spedding now into view. He is the class record holder with a 48.59, so can the GWR Raptor 2 driver take the lead of the class? Time to beat, 50.74. Richard over the finish, 50.47. So goes into the lead. Now look for the next runner, Ian Tucker in the OMS 28. He's running in the normally aspirated 1600 to 2 litre class. Ian all the way from Newquay. The OMS 28 that was built just a few miles away in York. And Ian over the finish, 59.5. Just a few tenths away from his PB. Terry Davis now on the hill in the Force TA. This runs Terry's own TKD YV8. Basically two Yamaha R1 engines, the top halves of which you can put onto a common block and crank. And And Terry charging up towards the top of the hill. This will be a new personal best because it's his first visit here with this car. He's over the finish in a 57.26, and that takes him into the lead of the class. Now we've got Guernseyman Andy Borgood in the Force PT, again running an overboard Hayabusa. Andy been competing in various cars. I can't remember seeing him in a Mallock many years back, and he's through the finish in 55.83, which takes him into the lead. Lee Griffiths now into Farmhouse, and he should, on form, go into the lead of the class on this run with the OMS 28, and over the finish into the lead with a 52.28 for Lee Griffiths. Now we've got Einan Price. He gets past Orchard this time, and the big spin there in second practice. He's now around Farmhouse Bend. This is another of the Force TAs, but with a 1720cc Hayabusa engine, and Einan over the finish 52.30, so only good enough for second place in the class. We now move on to Formula Fords. This is a rerun for, in fact, two reruns for Carol Nichols and Sam Wilson, who got red flagged, and I think we might also be seeing Bernie Kevin. I think he's down at the start as well on a rerun. So Carol heading up towards Farmhouse at the moment. This is the Mark IV Nike from 1968. Carroll steadily heading into Quarry, and over the finishing line 75.37. Sam Wilson meanwhile in the 1990 Jayman, already passing the commentary box up towards Quarry. Oh, a little bit of a whittle as he goes through the final corner, and over the finishing line 63.16, nearly a full second quicker than his personal best. Good run there from Sam. On the start line at the moment, that looks very much like the GWR Predator. So we're back to the 2 litres and Jonathan Varley. In the 2 litre class, the current leader is Lee Griffiths on 52.28. So that'll be the target that Jonathan's looking to crack. GWR Predator runs another of these TKD YV8s. Jonathan already down into the S's. Very rapid car and driver combination. Pops into view now, heading up towards Country Corner. Across to Willow. See that little elbow before Orchard. Safely through Orchard. Charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. Jonathan Varley on the run to the top of the hill. 105 indicated to the speed trap, and Jonathan Varley over the finishing line 52.28, an identical time to Lee Griffiths. So we have a tie for the lead. On the hill at the moment, Jason Tunnicliffe in the Empire Wraith, 1300cc turbocharged engine. This is the first time that Jason's been using this car here at Harewood. So he'll be establishing his personal best time on this run. Sounding like it's got a little bit of a high-end misfire, but Jason over the finishing line in a 51.25. Jason Tunnicliffe on the start line. Paul Hames in the Gould GR59. This is one of the original GR59s that hit the hills. This one 1300 turbocharged booster. And Paul down into the S's. Winds his way through there into Chippies. Up into Country Corner already. Into Orchard. Looks like he's a little bit slower than Jason Tunnicliffe at that point. Can he pull it back on the run up to the top of the hill? He looks blindingly quick going into Quarry. And over the finish, 50.89. So grabs the lead from Jason Tunnicliffe. And we've got a car being towed to the top of the hill, one of the Ginettas. And let me do a quick little check. I think we have, it's Rob Palette in the G20.
Yeah, that's a turbocharged one, isn't it?
No, this is a normally aspirated.
Is it?
Yeah, Graham Beals is the turbocharged version. This is a normally 2-litre normally aspirated Z-Tech.
Okay.
I think they started off the G20s with a 1.8 Z-Tech in as a race series, but then they when they filtered out into other ownership for other other disciplines, most people put the 2-litre Z-Tech in.
So this is getting exciting, Steve. I can see some big single-seaters down there.
Queuing up, yeah.
Come on, this is the real deal stuff now, isn't it? Eh?
Well, this is the crunch time for the top 12 runoff.
Yeah, we're getting near the business end now, aren't we? So these are trying to qualify these big single-seaters to get in that top 12 runoff. And Wallace Menges is leading the championship at the moment. Who's going to win today, Steve?
Well, I would have said it's got to be between the three leading Gould drivers, Scott Moran, Matt Ryder and Wallace Menges, because basically Scott and Matt and Wallace are the only people who've won here in recent times. So they're the favourites.
Matt Ryder,
yeah.
Matt Ryder, yeah. Well, who knows? Perhaps Alex Summers might just spring a surprise on us.
Well, it would be nice.
Wouldn't it be great if he could get in there and shake them up, eh? Get that little firestorm up the hill, break the hill record.
That's right, yeah.
Who can say? It can happen, can't it?
Anything can happen in the next 2 hours.
It is. It's going to be exciting, isn't it?
Or more.
Yes, yes. Well, I must admit, I'm loving my first visit to Harewood. What a place. What a place.
Well, it's, I mean, the big thing about it is the history of the venue. You know, you only have to look in the programme and look at the list of people who've held the outright record here at Harewood, and it's a who's who of hill climbing.
Yeah.
You know, you've got Roy Lane, you've got Martin Griffiths, you've got David Grace, all the greats.
Martin Groves.
Martin Groves, yeah. And
wow.
You know, and even Peter Westbury in the Ferguson P99 Formula One car.
Wow.
Anyway, we're back underway with Sarah Bosworth. Back to the Formula Ford 1600 class. And Sarah dropping down into the S's with the 1985 Van Diemen. Needs to better her personal best time to go into the lead of the class. Needs to go into a very low 63 or into a 62 second split. So Sarah already into and out of Orchard. Rounding Farmhouse. Sarah Bosworth over the finish, 63.65. I think that's going to slot her into second place in the class. It does. Rob Spedding also on a rerun, heading up into Country Corner at the moment. Now across the hill. Rob, unsuspectingly yesterday, only came second in the Formula Ford class, which is a bit of a shock for us all. Can he get back into the winning way today with the Vector? His car dates from 1993. Rob heading up towards the top. Time to beat to go into the lead of the class, 63.16 set by Sam Wilson. And Rob Spedding over the finish, 62.05 for Rob Spedding, so does take the lead. He's followed on the hill by Bernie Kevell in the 1990 Formula Ford Van Diemen. Van Diemens were de rigueur in Formula Ford. Quite often Reynards would be quick out of the box, but over a season Van Diemens were always quicker. So quite a lot of people started the year with a Reynard, then sold them and got a Van Diemen. Bernie Kevell, meanwhile, over the finish, 65 seconds dead. And on the hill at the moment, the final runner in the Formula Ford class, Caroline Ryder, also on a rerun. Well, maybe, no, I think it might be that she was delayed because Kirsten Dodd, her co-driver, had to have a rerun. So that might be why she's a little bit slow in getting into the action. So Caroline Ryder heading up towards the top of the hill. Matt Ryder's mother, of course, and already into and over the finish line, 63.94, which I think is fourth. Yes, it is. Susan Young on the hill at the moment in the Gould GR51. It's quite some time since Sue was here with this car. Powering out of Farmhouse, heading towards the top of the hill. See what time she can do. Over the finish, 58.01. Following on Sue, it's Paul Crute in the OMS 28 with the 3-litre Jaguar V6 engine. The sonorous tones of this will be amplified by the hillside. Sounds absolutely glorious on full power. Paul Crute up through the finish and over the finishing line, 58.45. Oliver Tomlin now heading towards Farmhouse Bend. He'll be MP 97.03. Oliver into that final corner, 52.48. We'll elevate him up into second place in the class behind Sean Gould. Harry Pick on the hill. This is a brand new car. First weekend of competition for Harry Pick in this OMS 28 Cosworth XD V8. And Harry's been getting quicker and quicker as the weekend has carried on. As he becomes more acclimatised to all that extra power. He's over the finishing line, 55.58, establishes his personal best time in that car. Now we look for Steve Owen, Mr. OMS himself, in another OMS 28 with an RPE V8 engine. Steve Owen into Farmhouse Bend. Oh, back end snaps away. He caught it lovely as he came out of the corner. Now on the way up into Quarry. Steve Owen over the finish, 54.74. Lost a little bit of time there, I think, with that moment coming out of Farmhouse. Terry Graves into our view on the live stream, heading towards Willow. This is the Gould GR55 DJ. Car that was modified by DJ Racing to fit the Cosworth XD engine in. Used to have a Cosworth HB V8 in the back. Terry charging up towards the top of the hill. And he's looking like he's going to be a little bit away from his PB. 53.77, 4/10 off his personal best time. Now looking for Jack Cottrell. He's into Country Corner in the F305 Dallara. That's the Formula 3 Dallara from 2005. Also running the XD V8, 2.6 litre. So that's in the Indianapolis specification, but not turbocharged as it was at Indy. So Jack Cottrell powering his way out of Farmhouse Bend, heading towards Quarry, and over the finishing line, 53.99. Dropping down into the S's, sparking as he goes, is Will Hall in the GR59JB Gould. Popping up now into our view at Country Corner. Will charging up towards Orchard. Again, neat and tidy, powering his way up into Farmhouse. Phenomenal acceleration as these Goulds charge up towards the top of the hill. And Will, a little bit of a lock-up as he went round Quarry, over the finish, 50.31 for Will Hall. That'll take him into the lead of the class. Matt Ryder, who's the outright record holder here at Harewood, in another of the Gould GR59JB. Matt into that final corner, sweeps over the finishing line, 48.6. So that takes him into the lead, but he's still 2 seconds shy of his outright record. Trevor Willis now heading towards Orchard in the OMS 28. This runs an RPE V8 engine just like Steve Owens, but this one's 3.2 litres. Trevor Willis charging up towards Quarry. What he loses on the straights through lack of horsepower he makes up in the corners, and Trevor 50.11 slots into second place. Scott Moran into Farmhouse with the Gould GR59J that he shares with Graham Wynn. Scott already rounding the final corner, 48.42 goes quickest. Alex Summers down into the S's with the DJ Flashball 2, again running the Cosworth XD V8 through Country Corner. I notice it's got the rear engine cover on now. Ran earlier in the day without the engine cover on, but that's been back on. Alec powering his way up between the farm buildings, now into Farmhouse, and charging up towards the top of the hill. 112 indicated through the speed trap, and 49.57 slots into third place in the class. Now on the hill, car number 1, Wallace Mingies, Gould GR59 with the Cosworth XD, but this one 3.3 litres. He is the class record holder. He is the reigning Hillclimb champion. Time to beat 48.42. Can he do it? Wallace is into Farmhouse Bend already, powering his way out, charging up through the speed trap, 117 indicated, sweeps through Quarry, 49.3. Good enough, I think, for third place. Yes, it is. So that's third fastest. And we now have a slight change of pace with the classics. This is Class M for the pre-71 sports and racing cars, and it's John McKenzie in his Mark I Ford Cortina. And John heading into Orchard, sweeps through Orchard, now into Farmhouse. A bit of a squeal from the tyres as he went round the corner. on the run up to the top of the hill. John McKenzie over the finish, 72.95, about a second away from his PB. We now pick Richard George on the live feed at Orchard. 65.5 is the time to beat in the class, set by his daughter Amanda. So what can Richard do? Can he beat 65.5 to take the lead? He's into the final corner. It's looking possible. It's a 64.34, which not only takes the lead, but is a new personal best for Richard George in that Chevron B19. We now move into Class 42 for the BARC Connaught Speed Series contenders. Chris Bramall in the Caterham Super 7, the 1.8 litre Z-Tech engine on the hill. Chris heading towards Orchard, shares the car with his son Matt, who we'll see a little bit later. Chris Bramall rounding Farmhouse. Meanwhile on the hill we have Tim Barber in the Porsche 996, running in Class 14 for the Porsche Speed Championship. Chris Bramall over the finish, 65.31. Now Tim Barber heading towards, where are we on the Farmhouse? He's into Farmhouse already. He's the class record holder in the Porsche Speed class with a 61.74. And he's over the finish in 61 seconds dead, so that becomes a new class record. But yesterday he did a 60.58, so maybe he's sandbagging it today. Anyway, back into the BARC Connaught Speed Championship with Rob Marfleet in the MX-5. Rob heading up into Quarry, over the finish, 67.44, a new PB for Rob Marfleet. He's followed on the hill by Glenn Shaw in the normally aspirated 350Z Nissan. Held the class record in Class 1C here at Harewood for about 2 minutes a couple of seasons back with this car. And Glenn over the finish, 64.88. That takes him into the lead at the moment. Roger Legg heading into Farmhouse with the Caterham 7. This runs the Ford Sigma 1.6 litre engine. And Roger been campaigning this particular car for quite a few years now. And over the finish, 70.16. Zoe Shearman into Farmhouse with the Lotus Exige. Zoe set a new PB yesterday with this car, so can she improve again? Looking for a low 67 second run. And Zoe over the finish, 67.73. That'll do nicely. That's 2/10 off her PB. We've now got Taras Andrusin rounding Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse. He had a huge grassy moment at Quarry on his practice run. So what can Taras do? Can he keep it all together? This car normally running in mod prod, so we're on slicks, and it's a 69.92 for Taras Andrusin. Already out of Farmhouse, running in Class 26, Steve Clay in the MX-5. And Steve over the finish, 66.23. We're back into the Porsches with Ian Wadsworth in the Porsche 911 SCRS. By the time I've said that, he's already just disappeared from my view up towards Quarry. And Ian over the finish, 65.98, establishes his personal best time in that particular car. We now look out for Stephen Jury. He's heading to Farmhouse with the 944. Normally aspirated 3 litre. Stephen, a little bit of body roll there going into the final corner. He's through the finish and the clock has frozen at the moment. We've now got Martin Leach in the Outlaw 911E, the Porsche with the increased engine capacity. We've got a time through for number 224 Stephen Jury, 67.45. And for Martin Leach, 68.33, which is a new personal best for Martin. Howard Cressy in the Porsche Cayman GTS, heading up towards the top of the hill. Howard over the finish with the 67.99. Wayne Eason into Farmhouse with the Boxster. 2.7 litre version, and whoa, a rotation as he goes over the finishing line for Wayne Eason. He gets the time 63.43, which is a new personal best, but he's still doing a 3-point turn and gets away from the finish line. So hopefully there'll be no red flag for Geraint Evans, but Geraint is slowing, so I'm assuming the red flag is already out and the car's on the hill. And I think we've got at least 3 on the hill. In fact, I think we've got 4, judging by this. They're all going to get reruns. So, manic, isn't it, Chris?
We've got a bit of a clue now, though. We've seen the big top single-seaters, haven't we?
Yeah,
and we've got a bit of a clue what the top 10's going to be. You did say to me earlier, you thought you're going to need 48s to get in there, but actually, you're going to do better than that, aren't you? You'll get in with 52s, 53s, won't we, today? Maybe better. But yeah, so we know we've got the tin top runoff soon, haven't we, Steve? That'll be nice, won't it?
That'll be next, after the class runs are completed.
Yeah, yeah. And of course we've got Damon Bradley. Oh my goodness me. Stephen Darley.
Yeah, and we should have Simon Bainbridge in as well.
Simon Bainbridge.
And
Stephen Moore.
And we might even get some of those little quick 2 litres.
What, the little Peugeots and
that might be stretching it a bit, but I was thinking more.
What were you thinking of?
I'm trying to get
Gavin Neat, what about him?
I'm trying to get to the right page.
Gavin's got to be in there.
Jock Ramsey might get in.
Jock Ramsey, Gavin Neat, perhaps.
Gavin Neat with a 62.54. Yeah. He could well be in.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I like the tin tops, basically, folks. That's it's like saloon cars, really. You've got a roof over the head, haven't they? You know, rather than the single seaters.
It's got to be a vehicle which has a permanent fixed roof, so it can't be a demountable hardtop.
Yeah.
Or, I believe, one of those folding roofs that you get on Mercs. You know, the Merc sports cars where it folds into the boot.
Right.
That's not considered permanent, because it can be sort of dismounted and you can unbolt it from the boot and take it out.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of watching the quickest saloons, but I mean, they are highly modified, aren't they, these ones?
Well, I think there's with this championship now that they've brought out, there's a gap in the market.
Right.
And I think somebody going around digging out an old special saloon.
Would they qualify it?
Yeah, they will, because they'd run it in Sports Libre. It will be a permanent hardtop. So something like a Skoda
Chevrolet. Do you remember that?
I think there's still one out in the Channel Islands.
Is there?
And I'm sure Scott Rayson knows of it. A Skoda with I think it's a Chevy engine in the back.
Yeah.
That would be perfect for the tin top challenge.
You know, absolutely
Even though the top is fiberglass. Anyway, we're back underway again. And it's number 932, David Hilton, in the Porsche 996 GT3 RS, the car that currently leads the class at the hands of Tim Barber, who set a new class record. David Hilton neat and tidy through Country Corner, heading across towards Willow. En route to Orchard. Through Farmhouse Bend. David Hilton powers his way towards the top of the hill as we in the live feed see Geraint Evans at the bottom of the hill heading towards Country Corner. I'm not quite sure where David Hilton's got to. In fact, he's just got through the finish at 63.34. Geraint Evans, meanwhile, in the Porsche 911 Carrera into Farmhouse Bend. Geraint, a Welshman who lives in Sheffield, has lived there for quite a number of years now. Over the finish in 65.29, which is a new PB for Geraint. Oh no, it's Chris Bramall on his, sorry, Matt Bramall on a rerun in the Caterham Super 7 Z-Tech. And he needs to beat 64.88 to go into the lead of the class. And he does a 63.12 to take the lead. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Carl Lupton from Lincoln in his Porsche 944, 3 litre supercharged engine. Carl into the final corner over the finish, 64.72, about half a second shy of his PB. Andy Fagan already heading past the commentary box in the Porsche Box to S. He'll be the last runner in the Porsche class. But I don't think we'll be seeing Graham Rose, who was towed to the top. Andy Fagan through the finish. 61.86 is a new personal best by over a second and a half. So that, I think, concludes our class runs.
Ah, well, here we go. The dual-driven Legacy is just heading down towards the start. So these are your contenders for the tin top runoff. That looks like Jonathan Williamson's Porsche going down there. Have we got a list?
It's on the screen at the moment.
Well, there you go. Yeah, so Stephen Darley going down first, isn't he?
Steve Darley is going first.
Jonathan Williamson second in the Porsche. Peter Siddle
in the Renault Clio.
Wow, he's done well there. Gavin Neat, our friend Gavin.
Yep.
Robbie Birrell.
Robbie Birrell in the Cayman.
The Cayman, yeah. Chris Beresford
in the Subaru Impreza.
Roger Moran in the Fabia R5.
Roger Moran, yeah.
Stephen Moore in that fearsome Evo 6.
Stephen Moore, yeah.
Simon Bainbridge in that Audi-based beastie thing. What do we call that one?
SBR Crono.
SBR Crono.
And Damien Bradley.
Damien Bradley, our class record holder now.
Well, our fastest qualifier.
Yes, but in class record time.
And second fastest qualifier, Steve Darley, is on the start line.
He is, and let's see some of that then. This is the fastest car, the fastest tin top on current British Hills, isn't it?
I think you're right. 56.71 was his qualifying time.
And he'll be looking to beat Damon, won't he?
Oh, I would imagine so, yes. And I'm just trying to fill in some of the blanks on the qualifying times. So we can get that right during the commentary. Stephen Moore.
So every year we see this car, it gets faster and faster. It's what the horsepower of this car is unknown to me, but somewhere in excess of 750 horsepower.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, isn't it? It's adequate, isn't it?
Yeah, more
as
than
Rolls-Royce or Bentley used to say. But yeah, they built this car up from basically a shopping car, and now it is a fearsome bit of kit. Permanent four-wheel drive. The acceleration of this car going up, that's finishing straight up to quarry.
Yep.
Is just mind-blowing, isn't it, Steve?
It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's not just that, it's the speed of the approach under braking for quarry is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. It's certainly got some fearsome pace with two very, very talented drivers. Yeah, let's not be understood. And also chasing them up the hill will be Simon Bainbridge and Stephen Moore, our current Midland champion in his Evo 6. And Stephen Moore's Evo 6 is a very well developed car. He's actually got two others as well, hasn't he?
Yes.
So
he came here a few years ago and he brought 3 cars with him.
3 cars, yeah, excellent, excellent.
And he used two different cars on Saturday, and he used one of those cars again on the Sunday, but with the other car as well.
Wow.
So, and he was running in different classes. And he had a co-driver in one class on both days, so it was really fantastic.
He's been bringing 2 out this year, and Izzy Lawrence has been driving the other one.
That was who was driving.
Right,
the
okay.
weekend, yeah.
Yes, okay.
I remember now when you mentioned the name.
Yeah, Izzy's not here this weekend, but yeah, Stephen is a farmer from Wiltshire.
Right, so we've now got the green light, or are we? No, we're just about to line up Steve Darley in the Subaru. Qualified on a 56.71, our second fastest qualifier, but because it's a shared car, he's running first. So we'll wait for the green light for our first ever British Hillclimb Championship Tim Top runoff.
That's exciting, isn't it? And is he going to get his class record back?
History in the making. He won't get his class record back on this run because it won't count for the class record.
Ah. Right.
It can only count for a personal best time. You can't count this as a class run.
Okay, right.
Same with the top 12 runoff. That can't count for a class.
Ah.
So Steve Darley waiting patiently for the green light. Let's say qualified on a 56.71.
Local man from York, isn't he?
Yep.
He's also got a rather nice Subaru he's building, isn't he?
Yeah, there was a long-term plan he had a few years back, which I think has had to be shelved, and he was going to build like a high-spec mod prod Subaru and then turn it into a Sports Libra, but that's been shelved, I believe, and he's going for an Impreza in this class that he runs in now, and he's away off the line. 2.03 for the first 64 foot, very impressive indeed. Heading down into the S's, 9.86 the split there. Heading through the S's, winding his way through there into Chippies, heading up towards Country and the next split, and through there in 22.14. Now heading towards Willow. The next split will come just before Orchard. Looking for the time as he winds his way up, and it's a 34.74. Heading towards Farmhouse. The next split is on the exit to Farmhouse Bend. Steve Darley pushing hard. 47.97 on Farmhouse out. 101 through the speed trap, and over the finish in 56.76, just 0.05 of a second slower than on his qualifying. That's impressive. That might just be enough to take the win. On the start line, Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche 911, qualified on a 63.36. And in this championship, the points are scored 10 down to 1. So everybody who gets in the runoff was guaranteed to get at least 1 point so long as they finish. 2.21 for the launch for Jonathan Williamson. He's down into the S's in 11.37, so already a couple of seconds down on Steve Darley, but only to be expected. Now heading up towards Country, and 24.88. Just slipped another couple of tenths down. Over towards Willow. Jonathan Williamson en route to Orchard. 38.39, again slightly slower. Time slipping away from Jonathan into Farmhouse, just Farmhouse out split now to come up 53.45. 82 indicated through the speed trap, and Jonathan Williamson over the finish 63.73. That's roughly 3/10 slower than he was in qualifying. Peter Siddle on the line in the Renault Clio. He's already off and running. 2.87 for the launch. Rapidly through Clark's, dropping down towards the S's. 11.85, so he's half a second down on Jonathan Williamson at that point. Winding his way through the S's and chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. And at Country Corner split 24.87. He's up on Jonathan Williamson at that point. Heading to Willow. Now en route to Orchard, looking for the next split coming up, and it's the 38.37, still 200s up, but he's onto the grass on the outside of the corner, keeps his foot planted. He's lost quite a bit of time, and he's into Farmhouse already. We'll know the deficit as he comes out of the corner, and it's 55.61, so he's lost over 2 seconds on that incident. 81 through the speed trap and over the finish in 66.01. So that drops him behind Jonathan Williamson, all because of that little incident that he had at Orchard. Now on the hill, well, we've got a car heading down to the bottom. It's Gavin Neate, number 32, 2.58 for the first 64 foot and 11.57, so quicker than Peter Siddle to the S's. He's already up into Country Corner where it's 24.78. Cross to Willow, heading towards Orchard. And going into Orchard, the split is 38.14, so he's up on both Peter Siddle and Jonathan Williamson at that point. Into Farmhouse Bend. What's the split going to be on the exit of Farmhouse? 52.93, so again he's up on the 2 preceding competitors. And Gavin Neate 79 through the speed trap and over the finish in 63.14, takes him into second place at the moment behind Steve Darley. On the start line, Robbie Birrell away in the Cayman, qualified on a 62.29. The first 64 foot 2.33, and that's only third fastest. Dropping down into the S's, 11.09, going into the S's, and that's second quickest, so he's picking up the pace, heading up towards Country Corner. The next split will come up at 24.38, so second quickest behind Steve Darley at that point. Robbie Birrell already through Willow, chasing over towards Orchard, looking for the next split in the 37s, 37.62, so keeping that lead all the way up the hill, heading into Farmhouse. We'll be looking for a sub 52 as he exits, and it's a 52.79, so he's only 2/10 up on Gavin Neate at that point. 90 through the speed trap, and Robbie Birrell over the finish, 62.55, goes into second place. On the start line, Chris Beresford in the Impreza, 62.02 was the qualifying time, and 2.17 for the launch. That's second quickest behind Steve Darley. 11.01 at the split going into the S's, so quickest bar Steve Darley at that point. What can he do into country? And Chris Beresford 24.5, so slower than Robbie Birrell at that point. Can he claw that time back? He's heading up towards Orchard now, and it's a 37.8, so he's behind Robbie Birrell by over 2/10. into Farmhouse Bend. Chris Beresford in the Impreza, powering his way out of the corner. The split there, 52.65. He's gone ahead of Robbie Birrell. 91 through the speed trap and over the finishing line. 62.34. Slips ahead of Robbie Birrell into second place. On the start line, Roger Moran qualified on a 59.48. 2.2 for the launch, not the quickest. Already through Clark's, dropping down into the S's. 10.63, second quickest at the split in the S's. Now winding his way through the corners, round Chippies. Heading up towards Country. Split there, 23.26. So again, quicker than everybody bar Steve Darley. Heading towards Orchard. And Roger's split at Orchard, 35.95. Again, well clear of the rest, apart from Steve Darley. Roger Moran round Farmhouse Bend in the Skoda. 49.83, 2 seconds down on Steve Darley on the exit. 90 through the speed trap and over the finish in 59.35. Quicker than he was in qualifying, slots into second place. Stephen Moore off the start line, qualified on a 58.66, 2.25 for the launch, so not as quick. In fact, he's about 5th fastest off the line. Down into the S's, it's a 10.33, so he's gone ahead of Roger Moran at that point. Now powering his way out of Chippies. 23.58, he's dropped behind Roger coming up towards Country Corner. Can he pull that back on the run up towards Orchard? Stephen Moore, 36.19, dropping further back at that point on Roger. So Stephen Moore again into Farmhouse Bend with the big Mitsubishi. Out of the corner, 49.97. He's pulled a little bit of time back, but he's still over a 10th down. 94 through the speed trap and over the finish in 59.04. So he pulled it all back on the run from Farmhouse to the finish line and slots into second place. Simon Bainbridge on the way with the big Audi V8 powered Sports Libra. 2.7 for the launch and only 11.8 down to the S's. A change of tyres for Simon today as the older set of slicks finally gave them the ghost, and he said the compounds are a lot harder, and 23.65 to Country shows him behind Stephen Moore. So what can he do on the run into Orchard? 36.03, just in behind Roger Moran at that point, into Farmhouse Bend. Now looking for the split on the exit, 49.91. He's ahead of Stephen Moore at that point. 103 through the speed trap and over the finishing line in 58.74, slots into second place behind Steve Darley. So, final runner, Damon Bradley, qualified on a 56.37. 56.76 is the time to beat. It's there, he can do it. Damien off and running. 1.94 for the launch, the quickest so far. 9.67, still up on the clock at the S's, into Chippies. Heading up in towards to Country Corner, 21.8, still well ahead of Steve Darley at that point. Into Willow, on a charge up towards Orchard, looking for a sub 34. It's a 33.86. He's nearly a second up on Steve Darley at that point. Into Farmhouse Bend, Damien Bradley charges out of the corner. 47.33, just 0.6 up on Steve Darley. 100 mile an hour through the speed trap and over the finish in 56.30. And Damien Bradley wins the initial British Hillclimb Championship Tin Top Challenge runoff. Superb run from Damien, and that actually is his personal best time.
What a phenomenal tin top runoff! I tell you, that was excellent.
Excellent runoff. Lots of incidents, as always.
Well, I'll tell you what, there was incredible times, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to have to make a little alteration here now on my sheets.
Oh my days!
Because Damien Bradley 56.3 is his new personal best.
Fantastic.
Even though he's got a class record of 56.37.
Right, so that's pretty impressive. That was a great runoff, folks. Did you enjoy that? So what have we got for you next? I think we've got the top 10, top 12 runoff for the British Championships.
Yep,
that is pretty going to be epic to watch. So can Wallace Mingers maintain his lead in the championship? Alex Summers was back on the pace just now, wasn't he?
He was.
Which
is always good to see with Alex in fine form.
We've got Matt Ryder, who's going to be trying to, well, can he break his hill record? Who knows? I mean, he came out the blue last year, didn't he, really? It wasn't quite expected, I don't think.
Judging by his previous performances in other cars, it always looked likely that when he stepped up to the big single-seaters, he'd go well. In fact, you've got to remember, it's genetic. Anyway, we've got the first of our cars onto the start line. And that's the Gould being driven by Sean Gould. And Sean qualified on a 51.23. So he's sitting patiently waiting for the light to turn green. And he's away. 2.39 for the launch. Now powering his way down towards the S's. 9.34 at the S's, sweeping through the S's onto Chippies, lights the blue touch paper into country corner. 90.92 is the split, already through Willow, charging up towards Orchard. 30.25 at Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse, weaving a little bit as it went between the buildings. Charging out of Farmhouse, 41.81 on the exit, 114 indicated through the speed trap, and he's already over the finish in 49.22 for Sean Gould. On the start line we have, that looks like one of the Greenham brothers. And it is Andy. 2.23 for the launch. Down into the S's, 9.6. A little bit off the pace. He was quicker for the launch. Already up into country corner, 20.77 into Willow. 31.64 at the split there, so 1.3 down at the split into Farmhouse Bend. And Andy Greenan on the split there, 44.06, so quite a bit behind Sean Gould. 102 through the speed trap and over the finish in 52.28. And oh, Jason Tunnicliffe next. And Jason qualified on a 51.25. 2.31 for the launch and 9.3 down to the split before the S's. He's already up into country. We're at 20.99, so he's a couple of tenths down on Andy Greenan at that point. Heading up into Orchard, 32.01, so still 4 tenths down on Andy Greenan. Jason Cunningham out onto the straight, 44.3, 103 through the speed trap and over the finishing line in 52.18, a tenth of a second quicker than Andy Greenan, goes into second place, and he pulled all that back on the run up to Quarry. Paul Hames on the start line, and he's off and running with a 2.42 launch, qualified on a 50.89. 9.66, so the slowest down into the S's. Out of Chippies, heading up into Country Corner, 20.81, quicker than Jason Tunnicliffe at that point. Already through Willow, charging up towards Orchard, looking for the next split there to 31.32, second quickest. Through the farm buildings, into Farmhouse Bend, sweeps through the corner. 43.36, still ahead of Andy Greenan and Jason Tunnicliffe. 116 through the speed trap and over the finish, 50.96, and that takes him into second place behind Sean Gould. Away from the start line, David Warburton. 2.42 for the launch, same as Paul Hames. 10.27 to the S's, so slower by 4 tenths of a second. David Warburton heading towards country, 21.05, slowest so far in the runoff at that point. Heading out of Willow, up towards Orchard, 31.69, only just ahead of Jason Tunnicliffe. David Warburton, 43.35, just ahead of Paul Hames, 104 through the speed trap and over the finish in 50.98, 2 hundredths slower than Paul Hames, slots him into third place. So we have next, I think, on the running order, it's Richard Spedding. We've now got the running order up on the screen on the live feed, which we didn't have before. So Richard Spedding is next to the line, and Richard, let me get this right, qualified on a 50.47. And he's off and running, 2.39 for the launch, slower than Jason Tunnicliffe. Down into the S's, 9.83. Only just ahead of David Warburton at that point. Heading up towards country, 20.72. Second quickest at Country Corner. So he's made all that time up in just 2 lengths of the straights. Heading into Orchard, 31.35, just behind Paul Hames at that point. Richard Spedding round Farmhouse, 43.18, second quickest out of Farmhouse, 104 through the speed trap, and over the finish, 50.86, goes into second place behind Sean Gould. On to the start line, Will Hall. Will qualified on a 48.6. And he's off and running. 2.22 for the launch, that's the quickest so far. Will rapidly into his stride, 9.22 to the split at the S's, fastest again. So Will Hall rounding chippies, heading up towards country. And it's 19.93, just 1/100th of a second slower than Sean Gould at that point. Already through Willow, heading towards Orchard. 30.42, a couple of tenths down on Sean at that point. Powering up through the farm buildings, round Farmhouse Bend. 42.1, again only second quickest at that point. 119 through the speed trap and over the finish. 49.44 slots into second place behind Sean Gould, who still leads with 49.22. On the start line, Trevor Willis. Trevor qualified on a 50 point, that's not right. Anyway, it is Trevor, 2.3 for the launch, not as quick as others. 9.36, just a little bit behind Jason Tunnicliffe at that point. Round chippies, Trevor charging up into country. 20.22, and that's third fastest at that point. Now, can Trevor pull anything back before he gets to Orchard? 30.41, he's just ahead of Will Hall at that point. Into Farmhouse Bend. On the exit of Farmhouse, it's a 42 dead, ahead of Will Hall. 115 through the trap, over the finish line. Now, that's interesting. Did he cross the white line? It's a 49.41 that will put him in second place, but he looked to run very wide on the exit. Away from the start line, Alex Summers. Already off and running. 2.23 for the launch. Down to the S's, it's 9.11, the quickest so far. Up towards Country Corner, 19.82, a tenth ahead of Sean Gould at that point. Alex charging towards Orchard, 30.14, again the quickest up towards Orchard. Through the farm buildings, round Farmhouse Bend. Powering his way onto the straight, 41.61, 2 tenths up on Sean Gould. 117 through the trap and over the finish line, 49.07 goes into the lead. On to the start line, Wallace Minguez. Wallace qualified on a 49.3. And he's away. 2.19 for the launch. That's the quickest so far. Dropping down into the S's. It's 8.93. Way quicker than anybody else. Through the S's. Round chippies. We're looking for a split now in the 19s. It's a 19.33. Half a second up on Alex Summers. Already heading towards Orchard. 29.4. He's 6 tenths up on Alex at that point. Into Farmhouse Bend. Out of Farmhouse. 40.56, over a second ahead of Alex. 121 through the trap and over the finish in 47 seconds exactly. And 47 seconds exactly is well in the lead by, ooh, crikey. Oh, 47.8 it's come up as now. All right, my mistake, 47.8, still in the lead though. On the start line, we have Matt Ryder, outright record holder. Matt off and running. 2.15 for the launch. 8.96, just 300ths behind Wallace down into the S's. Winding his way around Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. 19.49.18 down on Wallace at that point. Heading towards Orchard. 29.49, only 900ths down. Pulling back by the exiting Farmhouse men. Matt Ryder powering his way out of the corner. 40.83, he's dropped further back off Wallace. Only 119 through the trap. And he's up and through the finish line in 48.02. Slots into second place behind Wallace Mingues. On to the start line. Our final runner, Scott Moran. Scott qualified on a 48.42. He's off and running. 2.63 for the launch. Never quick off the line is the Scott, but he pulls the time back gradually over the run. 9.51 to the split at Essie's entrance, rounding Chippies. 20.14 at Country. Still pulling the time back, but still adrift of the other competitors. What's it going to be at Orchard? 30.11 is ahead of Sean Gould. 41.25 ahead of Alex Summers. Ooh, a little bit of a lock-up going through Quarry and over the finishing line in 48.52, 122 through the speed trap. So by my calculations, at 47.8, Wallace Mingues has taken the first run-off of the day. Matt Ryder second, 48.02. Scott Moran third, 48.52. Then it's Alex Summers, 49.07. Sean Gould fifth, 49.22. Trevor Willis sixth, 49.41. Will Hall seventh, 49.44. Then in eighth, Richard Spedding, 50.86. Ninth, Paul Hames, 50.96. 10th, and scoring the last point in the runoff, David Warburton, 50.98. Jason Tunnicliffe, 11th, 52.18, and Andy Greenham, 52.28, failed to register a score. So that's our first runoff out of the way.
Well, that's pretty good, wasn't it?
That was quick.
Did you like that? Did you like that?
It all happened very, very quickly.
Well done, Wallace Mingues. A fantastic 47.80. Matthew Ryder nipping at his heels. Scott Moran, consistent as ever. And Alex Summers, well, he's got the car wound up again, hasn't he? Well done to the Firestorm team.
Back to close to his normal pace.
And also Sean Gould. I'll tell you what, he's got the pace back this season, hasn't he?
Well,
he had an injury shoulder,
yes,
didn't he, last year?
I have a friend who's had a couple of shoulder injuries, and they take a long, long time to recover from.
Yeah.
You don't realise how much pressure you're putting your joints through, and shoulder injuries, particularly in this sport, where there's a lot of feedback through the steering wheel. Of
course,
the juddering and I'm not meaning that as a pun, the juddering through the steering wheel does affect the shoulder.
Will Hall is obviously going well in his new car, and Trevor Willis consistent as ever. So that was a cracking runoff.
Yeah, I think the only problem that Trevor has got is the lack of horsepower.
Maybe.
It's a little bit light on horsepower. He makes a lot up through the corners because he's such a committed driver.
Fabulous driver, fabulous.
And it's just pure brutal horsepower.
So our own flying Scotsman, Wallace Mingues, still flying at the top of the table.
Absolutely.
With another run-off to come later on if he qualifies, which I'm sure he will.
Well, yes, I think...
You know, another tin top run-off to come later. So we're going to do it all again, aren't we, Steve?
Do we have to?
We're going to do all this again, and there's going to be another tin top runoff.
Right. Well,
so we've just got.
We're starting off with our dual-driven cars as we did before, and first onto the line, Laura Wardle in the Porsche 911 Carrera,
And Stephen Darley, there's Stephen Darley again in that brute of a legacy.
He always keeps cropping up, doesn't he?
He keeps coming back, doesn't he?
Particularly here at Harewood, you can never get away from him.
Oh, he's pretty quick, the old boy, isn't he? Fair play. He's grown a beard since I saw. I didn't recognise him straight away. He's like you. He's got all the beard now, you see. Because I'm all clean shaven, aren't I? I still look 20, obviously. I wish.
Yeah, 20 plus.
20,000 plus, yeah, absolutely.
But,
so we got the course car just having a look up the hill, just checking everything's okay, haven't we?
Yep, that's why there's a little delay.
Yeah,
we've got
short delay.
Another one joining in at Orchard.
Oh,
so
yeah,
we've got two course cars heading up towards the top of the hill.
Indeed. So, well, the weather's staying all right, isn't it?
Well, there's some black clouds about, but hopefully they'll...
the wind's keeping them away.
Not drop their contents on
I can still see your sort of tower thing over there. And we did decide that facing out of here, we're kind of facing north. We think we are, but we haven't got a compass, have we? So we're winging that one. We're winging that one, aren't we?
My bump of topography is not that good.
So anyway, I don't know. But it's a lovely view anyway. Lovely view.
We are very privileged being in the commentary box because we're out of that nasty wind.
We are, and I'm in a t-shirt. When outside, they're in blooming greatcoats, never in a t-shirt. So they've probably got bobble hats and flipping scarves.
And I even saw two people in shorts.
You never did. I'll tell you what, that Nicky Hare and Jim Smith wearing shorts on a day like today, mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who would have guessed? But they came up from sunny Worcestershire.
We're off and running.
Oh, we're away.
And it's Laura Wardle leading off the second set of time runs with the Porsche 911, dropping down into the S's. Laura, of course, wife of Charles Wardle, former British Hillclimb champion. Laura into country corner, looking to improve on her first run, 68 seconds dead. And meanwhile, Steve Darley is off and running in the Legacy. He's already heading down into the S's, sweeping his way through the S's as Laura Wardle heads into Farmhouse Bend. Steve Darley charging up towards country. Laura past the commentary box en route to Quarry. Steve Darley already into and out of Willow. Laura Wardle over the finish, improved to 67.43. Steve Darley now into Farmhouse Bend, broke the class record and his personal best with 56.71, only for co-driver Damien Bradley to consign that to the history books. And Steve Darley into that final corner, over the finishing line, 57.11, no improvement over his first run time. But that looks good enough to qualify him for our second tin top runoff. On the start line at the moment, John McQuinlan in the Fisher Fury Spider, or as a good friend of mine used to call it, the Furry Spider. And he's off and running. He's running in Class F for up to 2 litre Sports Libras. The Fisher Fury, I think, were originally designed for circuit racing and ran in the 750 Motor Club Kit Car Challenge on the circuits, and were very, very successful. It's running a 1198 bike engine of some sort. John McQuinlan already into country corner, heading across to Willow. Bit of 65.93 on his first run, so he'll be looking to make inroads into that. As he heads up into and out of Orchard, Nicola Minguez is on the run. Quinlan into Farmhouse. Just Quarry to negotiate. John Quinlan into the final corner and over the finishing line. 67.85, so slower than he was earlier. Nicola Mingy's into Farmhouse with the Norma M20 FC. 57.88 on her first run. Kicking up a lot of dust there from the side of the track, and Nicola over the finish. Nice improvement, 57.76. Heading into Orchard at the moment. It's James Hudson in the Volkswagen Golf running in Class A1. His first run was a 68.14. James into Quarry, cocks a wheel as he goes into the corner and over the finishing line. 66.25, great improvements and a new personal best for James Hudson. Robert Wilson into and out of Farmhouse Bend. 67.25 on his first run in the Peugeot 205 GTI. And he's already sweeping through the final corner and improves to 66.81. Jonathan Langmead in the Lotus Elise 135R. Jonathan out of Farmhouse already, 67.13 on his first timed run. Hard on the brakes as he goes through Quarry and improves to 65.21, which is also a new personal best for Jonathan here at Harewood. Peter Siddle, we saw him in the tin top run-off with the Renault Clio 182. His first run was a 64.24. So needs to be on that sort of place to get into our second tin top run-off. He goes very deep into the corner at Quarry, over the finish, slightly slower than earlier, 65.55 for Peter Siddle. Heading towards the top of the hill already, Michael Thompson in the Honda S2000. 64.37 on his first run and improves with a new personal best, 64.19, but it doesn't move him up the order because David Leach, who's rounding Farmhouse at the moment, still leads the class with that new class record, 63.51 on his first run. He won't know what Michael Thompson has done, so David pushing hard, 63.89. No improvement over his first run time, but nevertheless, he's quickest on the second set of timed runs in the class. Peter Herbert, meanwhile, Porsche 911, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Peter's first run was a 66.63. Sweeping up towards the top of the hill. Peter hard on the brakes going into Quarry and over the finish. And it's 66.33, which is not only an improvement but a new personal best for Peter in that car here at Harewood. Phil James out of Farmhouse in the Cayman. 64.85 on Phil's first run with this car was a new personal best, and over the finish 64.94, no improvement for Phil James. Robbie Birrell heading towards the top of the hill with the Porsche Cayman, set a new class record on his first run with a 62.29 in Class A2. What can he do this time? Up through the finish, 62.56, slightly slower, but I think that will probably qualify him for the next tin top runoff. Chris Beresford in the Impreza, also in the first of our tin top runoffs, lucky to qualify for that again, as he's running solo in the class. And Chris over the finish, 62.54, so that should do it. Get him in. We now pick up Anthony Sherman in the Caterham 310R. And Anthony Sherman 67.66 on his first run. just over a second shy of his PB, and over the finish 68.56, so no improvement for Anthony. Into Farmhouse at the moment, John Pick in the AMS Tyre Impreza. Set a new personal best, 65.21 on his first run. And over the finish line, 64.29, handy improvement, the new PB for John Pick. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, it's Ray Law in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint. Had a little bit of an issue at the top of the hill on his first run, and over the finish this time without any problems, 65.79. Not only his best time today, but a new PB. Phil Tucker freewheeling his Vauxhall Nova round Farmhouse. Again, another to have issues at the top part of the hill, but he's still very, very rapid into and round Quarry, and over the finish with a new personal best, 62.99, which takes him from third place to second ahead of Eric Murray, who is now into Farmhouse Bend. So Eric needs to set a new PB to actually get back into second place in the class. Into the approach to Quarry, sweeps through the corner, improves to 66.88, but remains in third place in the class. Gavin Neat heading towards Farmhouse, leads the class with his first run, 62.54, which also got him into that tin top runoff. Can he improve on his class record set in May this year? Gavin into the final corner, over the finish. It's a 63.4, no improvement, but it should get him into the runoff. Jock Ramsey into and out of Farmhouse in the Opel Manta. 65.02 on his first run. He's already into the approach to Quarry, and over the finish with a 63 point, sorry, that's not the time that's come up. It's a 65.32, so slightly slower than he was earlier. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment. We're back to class A1. And it's David Wilson in the Peugeot 205, 66.67 on his first timed run. David already into Quarry and over the finish. And we've not got a time for him yet. And we get a time eventually of 66.7, which is fractionally slower than he was on his first timed run. And meanwhile, we don't have any cars down at the start area. So no sign of Tim Higgins with the Westfield after he packed up on his first timed run, so I'm assuming that's going to be a DNS. We're still to see Joy Hoyle in Class B. And we should now, I think after that little flurry, we should be getting some dual driven cars next. And it is, I think, single seater time with some of the runners from the 1100 class. It looks very much like, and it is, Ben Hamer onto the start line with the Kawasaki powered OMS 28 running in Class I. 750cc turbocharged engine. And Ben Hamer off and running, 54.51 on his first run, which was a new personal best at Harewood with with this particular car. He's down into the S's already. Out of chippies, heading up into Country Corner. Across to Willow. Now heading towards Orchard. Then Hamer sweeping through that little elbow. Now through Orchard Corner. Up towards Farmhouse Bend. Then powering his way onto the straight. Up into Quarry. And over the finishing line, 55.12, a little bit slower than earlier, in fact over half a second slower than he was on his first timed run. Coming to the start line now, I think this will be number 65, Stephen Morgan. Stephen running first ahead of son Tom. So Stephen Morgan in the Empire Evo 3, off the line. This is a new personal best, 54.23 on his first timed run. He's already plummeting down to the S's. Stephen Morgan round chippies. Through Country Corner, across to Willow. Now up into Orchard. Through Farmhouse Bend and rotates, ends up on the grass on the infield, goes ploughing. Or is that harvesting the crop? I'm not quite sure. But he's marooned on the inside of Farmhouse Bend. And, we're now going to see a replay on the live feed. Loses it just round about the apex of the corner. The back end comes round on him and he suddenly gets drive, which fires him into the infield. And he's still sat there, patiently waiting. Oh, and he's decided it's time to get out. He's perfectly okay, and it's just a question of, is it easier to push it back the way it came in, or try and create a new furrow and push it out forwards? Meanwhile, Robin Wood, who was on track at the same time, has been red flagged with the Force PT. He's going to have to go to the top of the hill and get back down to the start for his rerun. I'm sure he'll do that in double quick time. Meanwhile, the marshals have arrived. A lot of tut-tutting and shaking of the heads. I wouldn't have done it that way. Right, they're ploughing a new furrow. They're not taking it out backwards, they're moving it forwards. Oh, and they've decided to lift the front end up. We have a snatch recovery vehicle on the scene. I think that will be to facilitate a tow to the top of the hill. Well, it's good to see that Stephen Morgan was able to restart the Empire Evo, and snatch recovery heading to the top of the hill as well. So there'll be a failed run there for Stephen Morgan. Marshall's returning to post. Meanwhile, waiting patiently down on the start line has been Richard Summers, and he's off and running. This is the Space Frame DJ Firehawk, the Suzuki 1070 engine. Richard already down into the S's. Did a 54.81 on his first run. Already up into Country Corner. Cross towards Willow. Now en route to Orchard through that nasty little elbow that has caught so many people out this weekend. And Richard now heading to Farmhouse. Just quarry to negotiate. He sweeps through the finish in 55.56, which is about 7/10 slower than he was earlier on the start line. Now, I think they switched round, and I think this is Dylan Flesher running a 7.72. He did a 52.57. Dylan, back end slithering round Country Corner, just kept it off the grass. Now heading up into Orchard. Very nice tight line through Orchard. Now into Farmhouse. Powering his way towards the top of the hill. Dylan Flesher over the finish. 54.42 for Dylan. We're now into the Formula Fords. It's Kirsten Dodd. Dual driven entry in the RF86. Kirsten set a new personal best 65.56 on her first run. Again, a little bit of a laboured gear change as she came out of Farmhouse Bend, but nevertheless gets it over the finish. Slightly slower than earlier, 66.09. We now pick up Jeff Twemlow at Orchard. Jeff in the Subaru Impreza. Already out of Farmhouse. And Jeff up through the finish. 71.23 again, not as quick as he was on the first time's run. Aidan Spedding in the E-Type, heading into Farmhouse Bend. Aidan's first run, a 63.9, just 3/10 away from his PB, and he's over the finish, slightly slower than earlier, 64.12. Charging up into Farmhouse, Stephen Moore, one of the top tin top contenders from our first run off. So can he improve on that 58.66 that he posted in qualification, and 58.77, that should get him into the second run off. We're now looking for number 768 Robin Wood on his rerun in the Little Force PT. Got red flagged on the first run. This is his rerun. 59.71 on his first run up the hill. He should be quicker than that this time, and he is, with a 56.92. We're now back to class. We're into C2, I think. No, C3 with Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche. 64.47 on his first run, and Jonathan over the finish, 63.81, and again that should get him into the tin top runoff. Speaking of tin top runoffs, here's the winner, Damien Bradley, heading round Farmhouse Bend, set a new class record, 56.37 in qualifying for that runoff. Then did a 56.3. So what's it going to be this time? 57.51. And 57.51 is slower than Steve Darley, so he'll be going first. Stuart Dow rounding Farmhouse with the Caterham CSR. He's Scottish Rugby Development Manager for his day job, and improves to 57.1. That becomes his personal best for his next visit here to Harewood. Graham Beale, meanwhile, in the turbocharged G33, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. He set a new PB, 61.9 on his first run. Can he improve on that time? Up and through the finish, slightly slower, 62.19 for Graham Beale. Heading into Farmhouse, we're into Sports Libra with Mike West in the Fisher Fury Spider. Mike's first run, 66.74. And over the finish, improves to 65.4 and goes ahead of the co-driver John Quinlan. David Bickley, meanwhile, rounding Farmhouse in the Radical SR1. 65.38 on his first run. And David, over the finish, improves to 64.36. Into Farmhouse at the moment. Rob Palette, who had issues on his first run at the start area, had to be towed to the top of the hill. So this is the only one that's going to count for him today. And he's over the finish in 65.38, a new personal best for Rob Palette. Alan MacDonald, meanwhile, ex-Manx Grand Prix champion on two wheels. Alan MacDonald into that final corner in the Force, and it's a 57.76, nearly a full second quicker than he was on his first timed run. We're now into the Class G for Sports Libras. Roger Moran on the hill, the Skoda Fabia. Originally entered in Mob Prompt, but the scrutineers have moved into Sports Libra. He qualified for our first tin top runoff with a 59.48. And what can he do this time? It's a 59.59. So that should get him into our second tin top runoff. Duncan Barnes, meanwhile, in the Norma M20 FC 2.1 litre turbocharged engine. 56.3. Leeds Class G with that time. Can he improve, extend his lead? He's over the finish in 55.15, which becomes his new PB and extends his lead in the class. Simon Bainbridge charging towards Farmhouse Bend in the SBR Crono. This runs the V8 Audi 4.2 litre twin turbocharged engine and his four-wheel drive. And Simon sweeps over the finish line in a 58.56, which should get him into the runoff, but it's no improvement. Chris Howard Harris in the little 600 OMS Hornet into and out of Farmhouse. Chris heading up to the top of the hill and improves to 62.00. Now we're back to Class B with Joy Oil in the Caterham 7. Joy 64.97 on her first run, I think it was, yes, 64.97 to lie in second place in the class. And over the finish, 64.55 for Joy Oil. But it doesn't move her up the order. We now have Dave Uren in car number 6, the Force TA. The T-share, it's Darren Gumbley's car, of course, and Dave Uren already through the finish in 54.14, which is a handy improvement for him. Adam Greenham next on the hill. He's into and out of Farmhouse. 53.21 on his first run. And Adam sweeps through the final corner. 53.28, a little bit slower than he was earlier. Alan Warburton next on the hill, out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. .53.08 on his first run. And going to be a little bit slower, 53.71 for Alan Warburton. Tricia Davis, the Force TA, the TKD YV8 2 litre engine, running in Class K1. 57.5 on her first run. Tricia Farmhouse. Up to Quarry and seems to coast across the finish line. 59.3, quite a bit slower than she was earlier. Away from the start line, we're back to the 1100s with Mark Shalanka in the Force HC. First run was establishing a PB in this car. First time he's been here with the Force. 57.3 was his time. He's already out of Willow, heading towards Orchard. Goes very deep into Orchard. That's lost him a few tenths. Farmhouse Bend. Back on the power, screaming his way up towards the top of the hill. 84 mile an hour indicated through the speed trap, and Mark Shalanka over the finish. 57.08, fractional improvement for Mark. Now have Will Kerr in the OMS 28, the 750cc turbocharged Kawasaki engine. Had a little bit of a problem at Quarry on his first run with a rotational delay, so I'm expecting this to be way quicker than his first run. and 53.51 is over 7 seconds quicker for Will Kerr. Nigel Pitt on the hill with the OMS 3000M. He's heading towards Orchard. Nigel did a 66.8 on his first run. And again, expecting this to be a lot quicker. And he's through the finish in 56.29. Again, 10 seconds quicker than he was earlier. Gavin McLaren in this heavily modified OMS 2000M. 60.32 on his first run. Gavin through Farmhouse. Charging up towards Quarry. And over the finish. Improves to 59.25, which is not only an improvement but a new personal best for Gavin. Meanwhile, Tom Morgan, just like his dad, has parked it on the inside of a corner, but this time a country.
So 12. 6 red flag here. Go to the bar.
Right, well, we're back underway again with Emma racing in the Empire 00. This was the precursor to the Evo series. Emma set a new personal best, 54.43 yesterday. Improved on that on her first time run to 54.28. And both the car and Emma have got better and better in the short time that the racers have had this vehicle. Emma already out of Orchard, charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. 54.28 on the first run. Can she improve on that time? It's looking like it might not be. It's a 54.87. But the only people seeming to take big chunks out of their times were those who had issues. Meanwhile, Stuart Bickley into Farmhouse Bend in the Force TA. Established a new personal best, 51.97, with this brand new car. Oh, and he gets very sideways going into Quarry. Lost a lot of time, but improves to 51.62. Great run there from Stuart Bickley, but that last corner was a little bit scary. Now we've got Debbie Summers heading towards Farmhouse in the DJ Firehawk. Did a 54.97 on her first timed run. Now into that final sweeping corner at the top of the hill, and 54.29 for Debbie Summers. Nice improvement. Now we've got Jonathan Flesher on the hill with the OMS 28, 54.8 on his first run. Up through the finish, 54.48, so a nice improvement there, and that becomes Jonathan's new personal best for Harewood. On the hill next, David Tatum in the DJ Firehawk Mark III. Suzuki GSXR powered. David, 52.35, be in second place in the class behind Stuart Bickley. Needs to beat 51. Sorry, I can't quite read that. 51.62. And it's a 52.17. It is an improvement for David Tatum, but still a little bit short of his PB, and leaves him in second place in the class. We're into the Formula Fords again with Carol Nichols in the Mark IV Nike 1968. Very much the shape of that era, sort of what they used to call the cigar tube shape. Carol up through the finish, improves to 75.23. Sam Wilson already passed the commentary box in the 1990 Jamin. So it's a new personal best on his first time run of 63.16. Takes a very wide sweep through Quarry and is slightly slower, 64.18. Heading into Farmhouse now, Bernard Kevill in the 1990 Van Diemen. Bernard's first run was a 65 seconds dead, over a second slower than his PB. Can he find any improvement this time? And he's slightly slower again, 65.17 for Bernard Kevill. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Samantha Lester, 64 seconds exactly on her first run. And that's got Samantha, I'm trying to pick it out, 5th place at the moment, and 63.5. Handy improvement, gets to within a couple of tenths of her PB and moves her up to 3rd place. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Caroline Ryder in the 1986 Van Diemen, currently lying in 5th with a 63.94. Caroline into Quarry, over the finish, slightly slower, 64.56. Sarah Bosworth into Farmhouse. Sarah currently 4th on 63.65. Needs to find a few tenths to improve her position. And Sarah over the finish with a 62.7, which is not only her best time of the day, but a new personal best, and moves her up to 2nd place in the class. Now have a rerun for Anthony Wood in the Force PT. He got red flagged when Stephen Morgan went, Tom Morgan went AWOL, and Anthony Wood over the finish, 56.31, 3 tenths quicker than he was earlier. We now go back to the Formula Fords for our final runner in the class, Rob Spedding. Still leads the class with that 62.05 from his first run, so the class win is in the bag. He's not got, you won't know that he's still in the lead. He'll have to push a little bit harder. And Rob Spedding up towards the top of the hill. Oh, a little bit of a twitch as he went around Quarry and over the finishing line. 62.71, no improvement for Rob Spedding, but the class wins nevertheless. Richard Brandt heading up towards the top of the hill in the Force PT. Richard did a 56.57 before, and it's a 56.1 on this run. So a handy improvement, that becomes his PB for his next visit. We're back into the big single-seaters now with Sandra Tomlin in the Pilbeam. This is the Pilbeam MP97. Sandra sharing the car with her son Oliver. Charging up towards Orchard. Rounding Farmhouse. Sandra Tomlin into Quarry. It's looking like it's going to be quite a bit quicker than she was earlier. It's a 57.2 for Sandra Tomlin. Good improvement over her first run time. Looking out now for Lynn Owen, the OMS 28. Lynn's first time run today, 58.21. Needs to get down into the 57s to get close to her personal best. They're already heading into Quarry, and it's drifted out to 58.95 for Lynn Owen, so no improvement. Heading into Orchard at the moment, Anthony Hunt. This is the Gould GR55 DJ worked on to install the Cosworth XD. Anthony's first run was a 54.6. This looks like it might be a little bit quicker. It is 54.02. We've got, this looks like Sean Gould on track. And Sean into Farmhouse Bend. We've not picked him up on the computer as yet. Sean over the finishing line, but at the moment we don't have anything on either the display. Now the display is showing 7:03 Graham Wynn. So I suspect Sean Gould might have to have a rerun. We'll see if the timekeepers can discover his time. But meanwhile, Graham Wynn is heading down into the S's. Already out of Chippies, heading up into Country Corner. Through Willow. Across to Orchard. Powering his way up into Farmhouse Bend. Graham's first run was a 53.17. Graham Wynn over the finish, improves to 52.14. the hill at the moment, Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm 2 Cosworth XD V8 engine. Lindsay's first run, a nice steady 60.04. Lindsay up into Quarry, looking like it's going to be a good improvement, and it is, to 58.57 for Lindsay Summers. Now we've got Amanda George on the hill with this gorgeous Chevron B19. Set a new personal best, 65.5 on her first run. Almost a second behind her father Richard, who leads the class at the moment. Amanda over the finish, slightly slower than earlier, 66.17. Now on the hill, Andrew Short. So we're back to Class J2. And he's come to a halt all of a sudden. No, he's there. He's there. He's there, Chris. Just out of your view behind that. Yeah, so maybe we might get a replay of what happened there as he came through the into Farmhouse. I just saw him momentarily heading out of Orchard. Looked down to double check who it was, and when I looked up, he'd stopped. So Andrew Short, a little bit of a problem for him.
Well, I've had a little wander around the paddock just now.
Oh, right.
Yes, and I've got given a lovely fancy biscuit by Izzy Lawrence. Izzy is here.
Oh, right.
She couldn't get an entry today.
Well,
but Stephen's actually had a great weekend. He's knocked 2 seconds off his time.
Yeah.
Fabulous. So this is what was called a millionaire shortbread.
Oh, right, chocolate and
pretty fancy.
shortcake.
Pretty fancy stuff.
That's Sean Gould going back down to the start for his rerun.
Ah, because he never got that time.
He never got a time on that run. So,
no, unlucky, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, these things are sent to try us.
They are. They are.
It looks like the fire has definitely gone out on Andrew Short's OMS.
Yes.
Snatch recovery being being there.
Indeed. Well, it's been entertaining so far this afternoon. We've had a brilliant runoff, and we're going to get more of the same in a bit, aren't we?
Well, fingers crossed it's as good, if not better than before.
Who knows? Are the times slightly down from the previous ones, do you think?
Certainly from last year.
You think that, like, has it got colder through the afternoon?
I think it has, yeah. The people who seem to be making improvements on these second-time runs are those people who didn't quite put in a good time for whatever reason.
Yeah, sure.
You know, they maybe braked a bit too late into a corner, went a bit deep, lost tenths here and there. Those are the people who are improving. The people who got it right first time don't seem to be making any improvement on their times, and I think it's down to just track temperature.
Yeah. Well, I did speak to some of the single-seater guys, and they said that, you know, the tyres are getting a job to get them warm at the moment.
Yes.
I also had a little chat with Damien Bradley and congratulated him and Stephen on their efforts thus far. And, you know, we were talking about what we were saying about encouraging. Well, it's going to encourage some interesting stuff. Some of these rally cars, you know.
Oh, yeah.
These R5 rally cars are going to be quick, aren't they?
Liverpool Motor Club, who I'm a member of, have started a rally car class. And we're getting about 4 entries per meeting.
Wow.
Now, if they start to hear about these sorts of events, like the tin top runoff, they'll be interested in getting involved.
And also, our circuit boys, some of them have got to be interested, haven't they?
Well, you'd hope so. But again, it's I think it might be the guys who have previously hill climbed and are still circuit racing and might think, oh, it might be worth getting involved again.
Now, I got a question for you.
Go on then.
So, do you remember Graham Hickman's Skoda Chevrolet?
Yep.
I thought you would. How would the times compare with that car against some of this stuff now?
Well, tyre technology wasn't as good as it is now, that's for one. I think it would probably be, it would have to run in Sports Libre,
right.
So it would be up against Simon Bainbridge, and
right.
I think it might struggle,
right?
Because Simon's...
So they wouldn't qualify for a tin top runoff because they would be too modified?
No, not because they're too modified.
No.
I think they wouldn't qualify because it might be a bit too slow, that particular car.
Oh, right.
But a special saloon Skoda,
yeah.
I think that would be the ideal thing to run in the British Hillclimb Championship in Sports Libre to get into the Tin Top Challenge.
Yeah,
just like Simon Bainbridge.
Yes, yes, it'd be very interesting, wouldn't it?
Anyway, looks like we're about to get back underway.
A green one, isn't it?
It is. This should be Andy on the start line. And well, he's fiddling around. He can't find launch control, I think. He's reprogram it. Switch it off and switch it on again. Oh no, he's away. So Andy Greenan off and running through Clark's, dropping down towards the S's. First run was a new personal best, 51.89. That's a good tight line through that middle section of the S's. Through Chippies, heading up into Country Corner. Now across the hill to Willow. And as he heads up towards Orchard, David Warburton is off the start line. So Andy Greenan up through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Slides the tail out beautifully, holds it nicely on the power. Now up into the final corner, through Quarry, over the finishing line, 52.28. So that's about 4/10 slower than he was before. David Warburton into Farmhouse Bend. He did a 50.74 on his first class run. And he's very quick into Quarry and over the finish. 50.32 for David Warburton. So that's a nice improvement in the class. Now picking up Richard Spedding, heading towards Orchard in the GWR Raptor 2. Richard Spedding out of Farmhouse. And up through the finish in a 50.61. So that's not as quick as he was earlier, and will qualify for the next runoff behind David Warburton. Ian Tucker now into our view on the live feed at Country Corner, heading up towards Orchard. OMS 28 with the overboard booster engine. Tucker out of Farmhouse. Powering his way. Ooh, a little bit of a swerve there as he came out of the first element of Quarry. But it's quicker, 59.08 for Ian Tucker, which is also a new personal best. Terry Davis is going quite steadily through Orchard and not going at all quickly through Farmhouse. So whether or not he's had a little bit of a moment on the bottom part of the hill and is just cruising to the top, but catching him up hand over fist is Andy Ballgood. And Terry just about getting it over the finishing line in a 75.16, and Andy Ballgood popped up behind him, almost caught him and tapped him on the backside to let him know he was there. But Andy Ballgood's time, we haven't got that through just at the moment. Maybe he was a bit too close to the car in front. Meanwhile, Lee Griffiths is on the hill, heading towards Farmhouse Bend, round Farmhouse and heading up towards the top of the hill. We still haven't got a time through for Andy Ballgood. and it looks like his clock is still running. That doesn't look right. I think that's Lee Griffiths who's tripped the clock for number 94. So we'll have to see if those times can be unpicked. Meanwhile, it's Einan Price out of Orchard. Einan 52.3 on his first run, and Einan up over the finish line, and again we're not going to time for him as yet. And William Luffridge comes into view at Farmhouse. This is the 1 litre turbocharged Empire Evo 3. He's across the line as well. We haven't got a time for him either. Looks like we've got a bit of a backlog developing on the timing screen. Jonathan Varley into Farmhouse Bend. Charging up towards the top of the hill, through the finish, over the finishing line, and again we haven't got it. Yes, there's definitely some problems. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay while now it looks like we've got people who are going to be eligible for reruns, and one of those I think should be number 94 and also number 95, Andy Borgood and Lee Griffiths, because they've got ridiculously long times. So
they're letting them off the line.
I think the timekeeping has now got itself sorted out, and Jason Tunnicliffe is on the hill. So back underway with the Empire Wraith. Jason across the hill to Willow. Orchard. .51.2. Oh, and he's on the grass on the exit. That's going to lose him a lot of time. Jason Tunnicliffe pushing on hard, but it's going to be a lot slower than he was earlier. 52.38. That cost him over 1.2 seconds. Sitting on the start line, Paul Hames. Paul 50.89 on his last run. It looks like he's perhaps stopped before the rear wheels crossed the line because they've pulled him back. He's going through his launch procedure again. Oh, it judders off the line. Paul Hames eventually drags it off, 2.38 for the first 64 foot. We've seen a lot quicker today. Paul Hames down into the S's. He can't change his direction so quickly. It's really neat and tidy. Paul into and out of country corner. Charging up towards the top of the hill in the Gould GR59. 50.89 on his first class run. 50.09. which not only is the best time he's set today, but a new personal best for Paul Hames. This is Sean Gould on the rerun. Already heading towards Willow in the Gould GR59JB. 51.24. hits that same post at Orchard as he's hit on every single run this weekend. Sean powering his way up towards the top of the hill. 51.23 on his last run and 48.57, and that is a new personal best for Sean Gould. Into Orchard at the moment, Rob Capper ducks as he goes round the corner to avoid that post that's leaning out. Rob Capper meanwhile into Farmhouse Bend. Empire Wraith 53.63 on his first run, 52.52 for Robert Capper. Not only an improvement, but another driver to notch a personal best time. Oh, that's Andy Borgood going back down to the start. Oh. It looks like it's stuck in gear for Sue Young down at the start. Well, that's going to be a bit awkward, to say the least. Now a little message coming up from Andy Tippett with the Brabham Buick, missing the event today as we are at the Le Mans Classics, but sending everyone best wishes. Well, you know what they say about Le Mans? It's the Twiglet zone of technology.
Well, I didn't know that. The Twiglet, I tell you what, I've never been. Have you been, Steve?
No. I used to go to the 6-hour race at Brands Hatch, and then again the 1,000 kilometres that it became at Brands and at Silverstone. That was far long enough for me to do. My concentration couldn't last beyond that sort of range. 24 hours, nah, not for me.
Yeah, that's up there, isn't it? Looks like Paul Crute on the line, our favourite Jag engines, OMS.
That's right, OMS 28 with the Jag V6 in the back. Paul off and running. It's looking like we've got probably better conditions than we've had for the last hour or so. The sun shining, we're getting nice shadows on the course. Hopefully it'll be warming up just in time for our top 12 runoff. Paul Crute meanwhile into and out of Country Corner, heading over to Willow. Through Orchard, rounding Farmhouse Bend. Quarry to negotiate, and Paul Crute over the finish. 56.84 for Paul, which is his best time today, and just 2/10 away from his personal best. Oliver Tomlin on the hill, out of Orchard, heading to Farmhouse in the Pilby MP 97.03. 52.48 on his first run for Oliver. Into Quarry over the finish, 52.28, so 2/10 quicker. Off the line, Darren Gundley. So we're going back to the 1600cc class. Darren in the Force TA. A little bit of a problem on his first run at the 57.82. He's been struggling for consistent pace for the last couple of meetings, he was telling me. I can't understand why it's suddenly going a bit slower than it did earlier in the year. He's into Farmhouse Bend now, powering his way out. Up towards Quarry. Very tight line through Quarry and over the finish. 51.92, just a tenth of a second away from his PB. Massive improvement over that first run time. Harry Pick on the hill at the moment with the OMS 28. This is the new car with the Cosworth XD V8. Harry neat and tidy through Orchard, heading up into Farmhouse. 55.58 on his first timed run today. Up through the finish and 55.24. Nice little improvement for Harry Pick. We're now looking for Stephen Owen. He's heading towards Orchard in the Works OMS 28. This has got the RPE V8 engine in. Stephen Owen around Farmhouse Bend. 54.74 on his first class run today. Can he improve on that? Looking like he can with a 52.94. Gets to within 5/10 of his personal best time. Terry Graves now in the GR55, modified by DJ. And now running this Cosworth XD. Terry got within 4/10 of his PB on his first run. And he's up through the finish. 53.42, gets to within a tenth of his PB. So a nice improvement there for Terry Graves. Jack Cottrell on the hill with the Dallara. This is the Formula 3 car from 2005, now with the Cosworth XD V8. Jack heading into Farmhouse. 53.99 on his first run. Looks like it's going to be a fair bit quicker for Jack Cottrell, and it is with a 50.33, which is not only the quickest today, it's a new personal best here at Harewood for Jack Cottrell. Will Hall heading towards Farmhouse in the GR59JB. 50.31 on his first class run, and he's up through the finish in 49.22. Gets to within less than a tenth of a second of his PB. On the hill at the moment, on his rerun, Andy Borgood. Andy's first class run was a 55.83. Charging up towards Quarry, over the finishing line, 52.81. That's a cracking 3 seconds quicker than he was earlier, and it's a new personal best. Now onto the start line, another guy getting a rerun, that's Lee Griffiths in the OMS 28. Lee's first class run was a 52.28, so he'll be looking to improve on that. And he's off and running, heading down towards the S's. This has got a 1.66 litre booster engine, slightly overboard. Lee heading up to Country Corner. Looks like he's en route maybe for a 51. Into and out of Orchard. Charging into Farmhouse Bend. Powering his way out of Farmhouse. And Lee over the finish. It's a 51.62 for Lee Griffiths. Handy improvement. Will it be good enough to get the run-off though? Ian Price meanwhile on the hill. Welsh Wizard charging his way around Farmhouse Bend in the Force TA. 52.3 on his first class run, and Einen over the finish, 51.36. 51.36 takes him into the lead of the class ahead of Lee Griffiths. Now, Jonathan Varley, who was leading the class with a 52.28, has it all to do in the GWR Predator. And charging up towards the top of the hill, it looks like it might be a 50-second run. It's a 51.48. And that's only going to be good enough, I think, for second place. It is. So he sits in behind Einen Price in the class positions. On to the start line, another car getting a rerun, William Luffridge in the Empire Evo 3. This is the car with the 1 litre turbocharged engine. Yes, Chris pointed out there's a lot of the big engine single seaters going down, but also the sun's gone in, the temperature's dropped suddenly. So William Luffridge off and running. William's first timed run was a first class run was a 55.61. All runs, of course, are timed, even the practice ones. William out of the corner, heading across to Willow. So he's on for about a 53 on this run, if he can maintain this pace. Keep it error-free. He's into and out of Farmhouse Bend. Charging up towards the top of the hill. Just quarry to negotiate. And it's a 53.86. Nice improvement, and that becomes his PB. On the hill at the moment, Matt Ryder. Car number 5. 48.60. His first class run. Needs to get a qualifying time for the second British Hillclimb Championship runoff. Matt already up into Orchard. Sweep through Orchard. Charging into Farmhouse Bend. Into an outer quarry and over the finish, 48.38, so slightly quicker than he was on his first run. We're now looking for Trevor Willis, who's going very, very slowly at the bottom of the hill. So, has he been red flagged, I wonder? Ah, I can see why. There's one of the posts has been knocked out on in the S's, so I think he's been red flagged. Yeah, and it's come up on the screen. Trevor had a marker in his way, so one of those course markers went onto the track, so he was red flagged. So he's going to go all the way to the top of the hill so he doesn't dirty his tyres, and he'll get a rerun. Very sensible, not overtaxing the car or the tyres, not getting too much heat into them, so he wants to get it nice and coolly to the top of the hill. And this new Porsche Oyster Blue paint job's quite fetching on Trevor's car.
Looking good, isn't it, the old boy? He's done a good job on that, hasn't he? It's nice colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it's different. It's something different.
Yeah,
I like different in hill climb cars, even if it's the paint scheme or which engine you put in. Anyway, meanwhile, sitting patiently on the start line, Scott Moran. His first class run was a 48.42. Ooh, and we've got a message up. Rain radar shows a shower nearby. Well, I think it must be that big dark grey cloud heading our way. That's not going to be good.
wind's not eased down, Steve, has it? To be fair, it's pretty chilly out there at the moment.
It's very blowy. As I said before, I'm glad I'm in the commentary box.
Yeah, this is definitely the place to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mind you, on a very hot day, it's a bit like a sauna.
Is it? Yeah.
That's why we've got windows.
Yes.
A window at that end and
Yeah.
a door at the other. You can create a through draft.
And I won't open it today.
Please don't. We'll get blown away.
Oh my goodness me. Well, let's hope the shower doesn't come to ruin our little runoff.
Well, if it is
Actually, tin tops first, though, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah. We've got a few cars still to run. And if the shower just holds off till we get all our big single-seaters to the top of the hill, then we might not be doing too badly.
Yeah, so Trevor got the flag then, so he'll get another go.
Yeah. Well, that was we just saw momentarily on the live feed one of those thwacker posts lying on the track, which is why he got red flagged.
I just noticed somebody there with their umbrella. They were like Mary Poppins then. Hey, it was like singing in the rain. It was singing in the rain. Gene Kelly.
I'm going to say, was it Gene?
Yeah, I think
anyway,
it could have
Scott
been.
Moran off and running in the GR59J. His first class run was a 48.42. We'll be looking to at least match that sort of time to get into the runoff. He's already up into country corner. Looking like he's going to get about a 48 again. A low or a high 48. He hits Sean Gould's post at Orchard. So Gould single-seaters seem to have an affinity for that particular post. Scott, meanwhile, charging up towards the top of the hill very, very quickly through Quarry. 48.73 for Scott Moran. That should see him in the runoff. Alex Summers on the hill at the moment in the DJ Firestorm 2. 49.57 on the first class run, getting into the runoff. And powering his way up towards the top of the hill. Alex Summers sweeping through the final corner, 49.68. So that slightly slower than before. I think that might just get him in. Wallace Mingies on the hill, car number 1. Qualified the first run off with a 49.3. Wallace powering his way up the hill, 116 indicated through the speed trap, and Wallace up over the finishing line, 48.75. On the hill at the moment, John McKenzie in the Ford Cortina Mark 1, running in Class M, one of our classic racing and sports car classes. John heading into Farmhouse. First class run was a 72.95, and as he heads up towards Quarry, Richard George is through Willow heading towards Orchard. John McKenzie over the finish, 72.28 is his best today, just 3/10 away from his personal best. Richard George into Farmhouse Bend with his gorgeous Shepherd V19. Set a new personal best, 64.34 on his first class run. Still leads the class with that time, and he's up through the finish, 64.45. That's an excellent run. Back-to-back runs there for Richard George. We still haven't seen Trevor. Has he gone back down the hill? I haven't noticed. So we don't have anybody at the start area. And we do have our Porsches and Bark classes. Yeah, there's some rain spots on the camera on the approach to Quarry. And there's also a few little flecks of drizzle on the commentary box windows suddenly.
Yep, it's
that.
brewing up a bit. You never know, we might get lucky. Let's hope not. But anyway, so
well, we've got quite a few cars to go
before
we finish the set of class runs.
We have, haven't we? Yeah.
The Porsches, the Bart Connaught Speed, and the Yorkshire Centre members. So all those cars to go. I think we might still be waiting for Trevor Willis.
Yeah.
Or are we waiting for Sue Young to be towed to the top of the hill? Because I see
she's still down there, is she?
Vehicle. Yes, Sue's still down there, unfortunately.
Okay. Hang on. Hello. How you doing? Good.
So I'm just wondering if the snatch recovery vehicle is going to take Sue to the top of the hill before we see any more cars on track. Marshals are out at Orchard replacing the not the divots but the posts that have been assaulted by various Gould GR59s. They seem to have an affinity for that last one in the corner, which you can see has got a new one in its place. So that's had a good battering over the weekend by various Gould GR59s. Sean seems to hit it every time he goes round the corner. Scott's had a couple of nibbles at it, and I think Paul Hames chunked it once.
I had a little walk up to Quarry actually when I went for my little trundle, and they're quite tricky round there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, to the finish there.
The camber changes halfway through the corner.
Yeah.
So it does catch people out. We've actually got that now showing on the live feed.
Yep.
So as you sweep into that corner, as you go round it, the camber, instead of being into the inside of the corner, drops away to the outside.
Just looking at those trees on the live feed, that's pretty blowy out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not that we need to tell the spectators that.
They'll know about
They'll know about it, won't they?
Yeah, in fact, the view back to Quarry shows all the trees being battered by the wind.
Battered, yeah.
Yes, it is. Can be very, very.
So when you were here earlier in the year, was it really cold? Was it?
It was a bit like today. To be honest.
Was it?
Yeah, very cold, but we had a lot of sunny spells.
Right. Okay.
The records were set in 2022, and there goes Trevor back down to the start now. So hopefully they'll put him up the hill before they decide to tow Sue to the top.
And other cars following him down.
Yeah,
the Porsches.
the cars in the we've got a couple of dual-driven cars to kick off with, and then the rest of the cars in the Porsche Speed, Bart Connaught Speed, and Bart Yorkshire members classes will be taken to the hill.
Very nice stuff going down there. I love that red Porsche. That's I think it's a GT3, that one, isn't it?
Yes, it's the GT3 RS.
And that's a bit special, isn't it?
Yeah, racing special. I don't know what it stands for, but that's my guess.
It sounds very expensive and rather nice.
Yeah, lots of noughts. So Trevor Willis is on the start line for his rerun after that post got dislodged and he got red flagged. His first class run was a 50.11. So he'll be looking to at least match that or go better, so he's in the run-off. And he's away off the start. Through Clark's, clips the curb, back end steps out as he exits the corner, but held nicely by Trevor. Down into the S's, sweeps through the S's. Again, another car that changes direction instantaneously. Really quick rack on this one. Charges through Country Corner over towards Willow. And as he heads up towards the top of the hill, Chris Bramall is set off an indicator of 7. So Trevor Willis into Farmhouse Bend. Needs to get into the 48s or 49s to be at the top end of the runoff. He's up through the finish. in 49.24. That'll do very nicely. We now look to pick up Chris Bramall on his run. He's in towards Orchard. Yeah, there he goes round Orchard. Chris in the Caterham Super 7 with the 1.8 Z-Tech power unit. Charging up towards Quarry. 65.31 on his first class run. Little dab of the brakes and he's over the finish, improves to 65.16. Chris Bramall. Now we're into the Porsches, and on the hill at the moment it's Tim Barber. Class record on his first run of 61 seconds dead, and guess what? 61 seconds dead again equals the class record. That's consistent climbing from Tim Barber. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, Rob Marfleet in the MX-5. He, like Chris Bramall, running in the Bark Connaught Speed class. Set a new PB on his first run, and 67.63, a little bit off that pace. Glenn Shaw out of Farmhouse in the Nissan 350Z. He was in the high 64 second bracket and a 64.48, handy improvement of 4/10. Looking out now for Roger Legg in the Caterham 7. This runs the Ford Sigma engine as used in the Caterham Academy classes, although this isn't a Caterham Academy car. It's an earlier model that the Sigma engine has been shoehorned into, and Roger up and over the finish in 70.27, not quite as quick as he was on run number 1. Zoe Shearman out of Farmhouse in the Exige. Set a personal best time yesterday in the Bark Championship meeting. Improved on that on her first class run today, and 67.35 knocks another 3/10 off that time. Taras Andrusin, meanwhile, into and out of Farmhouse in the Renault Clio 172. This is the Mob Prod car. Had a little bit of a problem on his first timed run. It's a bit off the pace, and this time improves to 69.13. Into and out of Farmhouse, Steve Clay. He's the only runner in class 26 for Yorkshire Centre members today. His first run was a 66.23, and up through the finish 65.73, gets to within 1/10 of a second of his PB. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment. We're back into the Porsches with Ian Wadsworth. This is the Porsche 911 SCRS. Ian's first run at 65.98, and he's over the finish line slightly slower, 66.13. Into Farmhouse, Stephen Jury in the Porsche 944. His first class run at 67.45. He has been in the 66s previously here at Harewood. And Stephen Jury over the finish, slightly slower, 67.81. Martin Leach in the 911E Outlaw Porsche. Set a new personal best on his first class run today of 68.33. He'll be looking to maybe clip a couple of tenths off that. And over the finish line, great improvement, 67.56 for Martin Leach. That's got to be at least 8/10 quicker. Into and out of Farmhouse at the moment, Howard Creasy in the Cayman GTS. 67.99 on his first run, and Howard over the finish improves to 67.70. Wayne Eason into Farmhouse with the Porsche Boxster. Set a new personal best, 63.43 on his first class run. He'll be looking to carve a little bit off that time, I have no doubt. It's going to be very, very close. In fact, it's drifted on to 64.3, so no improvement for Wayne. Geraint Evans into and out of Farmhouse. This is the Porsche 911 Carrera. Set a new personal best, 65.29 on his first run, and 65.43, fractionally slower, which I think is probably down to the drop in temperature. Looking to pick up Carl Lupton, he's out of Country Corner in the Porsche 944. His first class run was a 64.72, around about 4/10 off his PB. Carl is in the right ballpark with the 944. He's into Farmhouse Bend, powering his way out of the corner. Up into Quarry. And it's going to be a little bit slower than he was earlier, 65.72 for Carl Lupton. Andy Fagan through Farmhouse in the Boxster S. Another to set a personal best time on his first class run with a 61.86, and this time 62.78, not as quick as he was earlier. We now have David Hilton, last of our Porsche runners, on the hill with the 996, 63.34 on his first class run. This car holds the class record in the hands of co-driver Tim Barber, and David improves to 63.03. Heading towards the top of the hill, this is going to be our last class runner of the day, Matt Bramall in the Caterham Super 7 with the Z-Tech engine, sideways over the finishing line, finishes with a 62.63, which is his best time today. Not a new PB, but it's a new class record for Matt Bramall. So a great class run there from Matt to end our class runs, and we now have the top 10 Tin Top Challenge to run. Our second of these today. Now British Championship runoff will be later. It's come up on the live feed, but that's Steve Darley going down, Damien Bradley going down to the start line. Jonathan Williamson was next. I think it was Gavin Neat. I think Phil Tucker was next. The silver Porsche was Robbie Birrell. That's Chris Beresford. We haven't got the running order for the... and then Roger Moran. Roger Moran. So we're just picking the car. Or Stephen Less. Stephen Less, is it? Or Stephen Moore? Stephen Moore. Simon Bainbridge. Simon B. And that's your lot. No. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of course, there's Stephen Darley to go down a little bit later, because Damien Bradley, although the second fastest qualifier, has to run first. So let's see if we can get the qualifying times noted down.
So we have the Tin Top runoff number 2. So the first one to go will be, in fact, they've just, so we've got Stephen Darley, actually.
Yeah, he's first.
Okay, he'll be followed by Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche. But so are we going to see yet another class record with the Legacy?
It won't be a class record.
It won't be a class record.
It'll be a Hill Climb runoff
Hill Climb record. Well, there you go. You see,
because these runs will not count for the
you see,
class.
my man Steve here. He is the oracle. He is the oracle. I am. Call me Grasshopper. I am the apprentice. Grasshopper. Yes, master.
Yeah,
so
do
there
as
we go.
you're told, Chris.
Yes, I will.
For once
I
in
will.
your life.
Listen, I have to do this at Chelsea Walsh with Mr. Chris Druitt.
Oh.
You see, Chris
Yes.
puts me in my place.
He put me in my place a lot when we were doing Bone S.
Right.
Yeah. Then I caught him out on a Fraser Nash question, and he was livid.
Oh my goodness me! Well, he's doing the vintage cars today at Chelsea.
Is he? Oh,
yes,
right.
he is.
He'll enjoy that.
He'll be happy days with that, won't he? So, but yes. Anyway, I'm going to hand back to my man because look, it's just getting ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, Damien Bradley onto the start line, winner of our first run-off, but only second fastest qualifier for this second. 57.51 was Damien's time. And Reb's rising, and he's away. 2.06 for the launch. Charging down towards the S's, 10.21. That's a fair bit slower than he was in the first run-off. Next split will come up Country Corner, and it's 22.43. So again, slower than he was earlier in the day, but I think that might be the temperature drop. We're looking for a split now going into Orchard. Damien Bradley through there, 34.32. 34.32 is quicker than Steve Darley was on his first run-off run. So this is a good run from Damien. 47.89 on the exit of Farmhouse. 98 through the speed trap, a little bit down on his first run, and over the finish in 56.99. So that is 0.6 slower than he was when he won the first run-off. To the start line next should be Jonathan Williamson. I'm trying to pick up the times from Roger Moran, 59.59. Simon Bainbridge. We see, Jonathan Williamson coming to the line now. So we're just waiting for Jonathan Williams to come forward. There seems to be a little bit of a discussion going on at the moment between various people down in the start area. So Jonathan Williamson coming forward to the start line. Qualified for this run-off with a 63.8, which was a little bit slower than he qualified for the first one, and also recorded in the first of the tin top run-off. So what can he do this time? Jonathan Williamson patiently waiting for the green light. And he's away. 2.2 for the launch, which is quicker than he was on the last run-off by 1/100th of a second. Dropping down into the S's, it's 11.24, so again quicker than in the previous run-off. So Jonathan now in bright sunshine, heading up towards Country Corner. And 24.71. Now that's quite a bit slower than he was in his first run-off. Now heading towards Orchard, looking for a split somewhere in the 38s, and it's a 38.09, so he's back ahead on the times. That first run-off, heading into Farmhouse Bend. Jonathan out of the corner, 53.71, about 2/10 down on his first run time. 82 miles an hour, which is exactly what he did on the first run-off. And over the finish, 64.11, which is slower than he qualified. But again, I'm pretty certain the track conditions are not as good as when Jonathan qualified for the runoff. Gavin Neat off the line in the Peugeot 106, qualified with a 63.4, 2.57 for his launch, which is quicker than on the first runoff. He's down through the S's in 11.62, which is about 300 slower than he was earlier, so not far off those times. What can it be going into country? 24.8, just 200 shy of his first run time. Heading towards Orchard. Could do with a low 38, and he gets it, a 38.17. So he's there or thereabouts on this run compared to his first run in the runoffs earlier today. Can he do this time? Looking for a 52. It's a 53.02, about 500s down. 78 through the speed trap, and over the finish, 63.20. 600 slower than he was on the first runoff. And he currently lies in second place behind Damien Bradley. Phil Tucker off and running. Phil qualified on 62.99. .59 for the launch. He wasn't in the first runoff, so we're comparing him to Gavin Neat at the moment. 11.48, so he's ahead of Gavin on this runoff. Heading up towards Country Corner, 24.9 for Phil Tucker, a 10th down on Gavin Neat at that point. Heading out of Willow towards Orchard. We're looking for a low 38 on the approach to Orchard. It's a 38.3, so he's behind Gavin at that point. Now charging up towards Farmhouse, where he usually goes through there on three wheels. Phil Tucker out of the corner. 53.57, he's half a second down on Gavin at that point. 82 through the speed trap, so he's quicker on the straight, and over the finish, 63.78, slots in behind Gavin Neat, but behind Jonathan, but ahead of Jonathan Williamson. So leading at the moment, Damien Bradley, 56.99, Robbie Birrell off and running in the Cayman. 2.65 for the launch, qualified with a 62.56. Down into the S's, 11.42, slower than Jonathan Williamson at that point. So he needs to pick up the time as he heads up towards Country Corner, and it's 24.55, second quickest at that point. Heading towards Orchard, out of Willow. Robbie Birrell through that split, 37.92. So second quickest at that point. Into Farmhouse. Robbie exits Farmhouse, 53.1, slower than Gavin Neat at that point. Over the speed trap at 90 miles an hour and finishes with a 62.71, and he slots into second place ahead of Gavin Neat. Chris Beresford away from the start line, 2.2 for the launch. He qualified on a 62.54. Down into the S's, 10.68, second quickest at that point. Down through the S's, the sun now having left that particular part of the track. Into the split just before country, 24.07, so second quickest at that point. So Chris Beresford heading for second place at the moment, heading towards Orchard. 37.19 again, just Damien Bradley quicker. Into Farmhouse, Farmhouse out. The split is 51.99, so picked up a lot more time as he went through that section. 94 through the speed trap, and over the finish 61.6 for Chris Beresford, and that takes him into second place ahead of Robbie Birrell. Off the start line, Roger Moran, 2.22 for the launch. Roger qualified on a 59.59, so repeat that and he'll slot into second. 10.5, so he's up on Chris Beresford in the S's. Now heading towards country, and the split there, 23.14, so well up on Chris at that point, which his qualifying times was indicated he should be. What can he do now going up into country corner? 35.81, just 1.5 seconds slower than Damien Bradley at that point. Roger Moran into and out of Farmhouse, 49.86, so 2 seconds down on Damien at that point. 90 through the speed trap and over the finish in 59.38. Slots into second place ahead of Chris Beresford. Away from the start line, Stephen Moore. He qualified on a 58.37 in the Mitsubishi. 2.16 for the launch. That's the second quickest we've seen so far. 10.35 down into the S's, so he's into second at the moment. Can he maintain that grip on second place? 23.17, he's slower than Roger Moran at that point. So maybe the traction out of Chippy's let him down. He's heading up into Orchard. 35.69, he's back ahead of Roger Moran at that point. Sheer power dragging him ahead. Rounding Farmhouse. Out of Farmhouse, 49.57, just leading Roger Moran. 91 mile an hour through the speed trap, and he's up and over the finish in 58.93. Slower than he qualified, but nevertheless goes into second place ahead of Roger Moran. Simon Bainbridge already off the start line. 2.64 for the launch. So that's the slowest so far. Oh, sorry, second slowest. Robbie Birrell was slowest. 11.03 into the S's. Coming up towards country corner. 23.71. So only in fourth place at that point. Simon, having qualified in third fastest qualifier, needs to pull some time back. 35.83 has him on Roger Moran's tail at that point. Into Farmhouse. Now what can he do on the exit of Farmhouse? 49.58, just a hundredth of a second behind Stephen Moore. 107 through the trap and over the finish. 58.28, slots into second place behind Damien Bradley. Just one car to go. Stephen Darley on the start line. Qualified with a 57.11 and he's off and running. And it's 2.23 for the launch, not as quick as Damien Bradley. Dropping down into the S's. 10.21, exactly the same time as Damien Bradley. This is going to be very, very close between the two co-drivers. Stephen Darley now heading towards country corner. 22.4, he's ahead of Damien Bradley. Heading towards Orchard. And at Orchard, 34.5, he's dropped back a couple of tenths on Damien's time. Into Farmhouse Bend. needs to better 47.89 to maintain his lead. 47.90, just a 100th of a second slower than Damien. 103 through the trap and over the finishing line. 56.63. And our second British Hillclimb Tin Top Challenge goes to Stephen Darley, with Damien Bradley second. So a reversal of the positions in our first Tin Top runoff.
Well, that was another great performance, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Did we
superb.
enjoy that? We enjoyed that, didn't we?
Certainly enjoyed that.
Yes.
And we're now about to go into
the big single-seater, the big runoff, the top 12. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, see, Sean Gould is down there because that's the shared drive. So he's getting in position. So I'm going to hand back to my esteemed colleague very shortly.
We don't have the running order on the computer.
No, we don't. But certainly we've got, I saw Einem Price go down there as well, actually.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so... yeah. Anyway, so this is looking good.
So Sean Gould will be our first runner due to being out-qualified by Matt Ryder. So Sean on the start line. Waiting either for the revs to come up or the green light. Oh, the revs are rising. And he's away. 2.35 for that launch. Charging out the S's, back end snaps out of control, but gathers it up beautifully. 9.28 down into the S's for Sean Gould. Rounding chippies, country corner approaching rapidly. He's there in 19.9. Just a little bit quicker than he was on his first top 12 runoff. Heading towards Orchard. 30 seconds exactly. That's quarter of a second up on his first run effort. Into Farmhouse Bend. Exits Farmhouse. 41.38. He's half a second up at this point on his first run time. 115 through the trap and over the finish. 48.71 for Sean Gould. That's our target time for all the remaining runners. And next to the line, he's already there, Einem Price in the Force TA. Einem waiting for the green light. Einem revs up and away. Seems to be a little bit of a lag there, 2.26 for the launch, but quicker than Sean Gould. Dropping down into the S's, 9.57, so he's already lost 0.2 of a second. Sweeping through chippies, charging up to country corner, 20.63, so he's quite a bit down at this point on Sean's time. Heading towards Orchard. And Orchard, he's 1.1 down there, 31.19. Charging up towards Farmhouse. Einem totally committed to the run, powering his way out of the corner. 42.86, about 1.5 seconds down at that point. 102 through the speed trap, and Einem Price over the finish. 50.76 goes into second place. On the start line at the moment, Richard Spedding in the GWR Raptor 2. Usually very quick off the start line. Richard just waiting. Revs rising and away we go. And it's 2.36 for the launch, slowest so far. So not quite as quick as I would have expected. 9.59. So he's 200 slower than Einem Price at the S's. Heading up towards country corner. And the country 20.37. He's pulled back 0.4 of a second at that point. So Richard charging towards Orchard. 30.94, so he's ahead of Einan. Into Farmhouse Bend. Looking for a low 42 on the exit. 42.87, he's actually behind Einan Price at that point. 107 through the trap, sweeps over the finish, and it's a 50.68, goes ahead of Einan Price. On the start line at the moment, Jack Cottrell in the Dallara. Away from the line, 2.24 for the launch, that's the quickest so far. Charging down into the S's, 9.2, he's up on Sean Gould by 800ths of a second. Rounding Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner, 20.17, he's now a couple of tenths down on Sean. Through Willow, heading towards Orchard, 30.63, 6/10 down on Sean's time. Into Farmhouse Bend, powering out of Farmhouse, 42.43. Looks like he's going to finish in second behind Sean at the moment. 114 through the trap, and over the finish, 49.8. Slots into second place behind Sean Gould. On the start line, David Warburton in the Gould GR59, 1.6 litre. Away from the start line, 2.34, quicker than Richard Spedding. David down into the S's, 9.63. He's the slowest at that point. Round Chippies, heading up towards Country. 20.28, he's ahead of Richard Spedding again. Heading up towards Orchard. 30.74, again ahead of Richard Spedding at that point by 2/10. David Warburton out of Farmhouse, 42.45, just 200ths behind Jack Cottrell. 104 through the speed trap, 50.03, slots into third place behind Sean Gould and Jack Cottrell. On the start line, Paul Haynes. He's away, 2.45 for the launch. That's the slowest. Down into the S's, 9.42. He's actually ahead now of Einan Price at that point. Sweeping round Chippies. We're looking for something around about 19. It's a 20.31, so he's a couple of hundreds down on David Warburton. Up towards Orchard, 30.75 is 100ths down on David Warburton at that point. Heading into Farmhouse, back on the power, 42.65, 2/10 down on David Warburton. Through the speed trap, 116, and over the finish, 50.34. Slots in behind David Warburton in, I think it's fourth place. Yes, it is. On the start line at the moment. It's the DJ Firestorm, Alex Summers, 2.12 for the launch. That's our quickest by over 1/10 of a second. Alex already down into the S's, 8.97. So it's green all the way for Alex at the moment. Heading out of Chippies, 19.44, and he's half a second up on Sean Gould at that point. Already heading towards Orchard, and it's 29.59, so he's 4/10 up at that point. Into Farmhouse Bend, he'll be looking for a 41, and it's a 40.8, so well in the lead. 123 through the speed trap on the grass at Quarry, over the finishing line. 48.75 slots in behind Sean Gould, with that little bit of a grassy moment going round Quarry. On the start line at the moment, Trevor Willis, who'll be our next runner. So leading at the moment, Sean Gould on 48.71. Away goes Trevor Willis, 2.18 for the launch. 9.08 down into the S's, so second quickest at that point. Out of Chippy's 19.69. Again, second behind Alex Summers at that point. Heading up towards Orchard, 29.96, still second, just ahead of Sean Gould. Trevor Willis into Farmhouse Bend. Farmhouse out, 41.46. He's dropped behind Sean at that point. 115 through the speed trap, and Trevor over the finish. 48.76, slots into third place behind Alex Summers. On to the start line, Will Hall. Will still got the visor up, visor down. Double check to make sure it's locked, and away he goes. Off the line, 2.33 for the launch, just quicker than David Warburton, but down the list really for the times. 9.42, which is the same as Paul Haynes. The S's will do now when the power's starting to cut in. 19.94, so he's down on both Alex and Trevor at that point. Will charging up in towards Orchard, 30.54. He's half a second down on Sean Gould at that point. Will Hall into and out of Farmhouse Bend, 41.92. Still down on Sean. 120 through the speed trap and over the finish, 49.22. And I think that's fourth, is it? Yes, fourth for Will Hall. So is it Wallace next? I'm being reliably informed by my mate Chris that it's Wallace Mingus. It is indeed. The red projectile, says Chris. I'm not quite sure whether that's the car or Wallace.
The Flying Scotsman.
Oh, the Flying Scotsman, yes. Right, so time to beat at the moment, 48.71. Set by Sean Gould. Wallace, visor down, revs rising and he's away. 2.28 for the launch. Not as quick as Iron Price, but pretty good going for a big car. 9.16 down into the S's. That's about third quickest. Wallace threading his way through the S's, and Chip is 19.56, so he's 0.4 up on Sean Gould at that point. Charging up towards Orchard, 29.62. Only Alex Summers has been quicker at that point, but we have Alex having a problem later on the run. Wallace now out of Farmhouse, 40.81. Just 1/100ths behind Alex time. 120 through the speed trap and over the finish into the lead with a 48.04 for Wallace Mingus. Two more runners still to go. Next should be Scott Moran. And then Matt Ryder. So Scott Moran was the fastest qualifier for the first run-off. Revs rise and he's away. And Scott 2.53 for the launch, but he's never quick out of the blocks. He just makes the time up consistently on his runs. 9.39. He's ahead of Will Hall at that point. Taking out one of the posts down in the S's again. 19.87 at Country. So he's ahead of Sean Gould at that point. So in third place. Into Orchard, 30.04. Still just behind Sean Gould. Now into Farmhouse Bend. Powers out of Farmhouse, 41.34, 114 through the trap, and over the finishing line in 48.74. Puts him ahead of Alex Summers in third place. On to the start line now. The final runner in our final run-off of the British Hillclimb Championship run-off here at Harewood this year is Matt Ryder. Matt in the Gould GR59JB. Did a 58.02 on his first run-off, so if he can replicate that, he'll take the win here. And he's away from the start line. 2.22 for the launch. Quicker than Sean Gould, dropping down into the S's. 9.04. Only Alex Summers is quicker at that point. Heading towards Country Corner now for the next split. And it's 19.53. He's ahead of Wallace by 0.03 of a second. Charging up towards Orchard. And at Orchard, 29.5. He's over a tenth up on Wallace. Now into Farmhouse. What can he do on the exit of Farmhouse? 40.64. He's nearly 2/10 up. 120 through the trap. Up over the finish. 47.70. And Matt Ryder takes the second British Hillclimb Championship run-off of the day, and our final run of the day sees him take all 10 points.
Congratulations, Matt Ryder. What a fabulous run that was.
Absolutely superb.
Superb. He's showing his class there, wasn't he?
And really, he nailed it all the way to the top.
Brilliant.
Just kept that little bit ahead all the way to the top of the hill.
He? And Alex was really flying until Quarry, wasn't he, right at the end?
That would have been a super run, but it's always hill climbing, what could have been.
What an amazing day we've had, Steve.
Superb. Lots of class records, which I didn't expect, to be honest. 4 fantastic run-offs, and it's all done and dusted, and it's only 5:30 or thereabouts. So we all hope you've had a fantastic time here at Harewood. We hope to see you back here again at future meetings. And in the meantime, on behalf of Chris and myself, I wish you all a safe journey home, and we look forward to seeing you back here at Harewood in the future. And this is Steve Wilkinson and Chris Ponsford signing off.
Good night all.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.